Subcommittee on the Committee on Finance. We'd like to welcome the Vice President and Secretary, Sara Duterte, the heads of the attached agencies, DepEd undersecretaries, and other officials and staff. With us today is our Senate President Zubiri. Hello, sir, and our chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Angara, and Senator Marcos. And I'm sure there are a few other senators. Senator Riza has just arrived. And I'm sure there are many other senators that will arrive later. So on the agenda today are the proposed budgets under the fiscal year 2024 of the National Expenditure Program of the DepEd and its attached agencies. For DepEd, the Office of the Secretary, in the NEP, it's 712,444,092,000. In the National Academy of Sports, it's 195,167,000 pesos. In the NBDB, the National Book Development Board, it is 128,471,000 pesos. For the National Council for Children's Television, it is 62,080,000 pesos. For the National Museum of the Philippines, it is 1,014,202,000. For the Philippine High School for the Arts, it is 98,241,000 pesos. And for the Early Childhood Care and Development Council, it is 221,166,000 pesos. This is the order of presentation. First, it will be the presentation of DepEd, the Office of the Secretary, then ECCD, followed by National Academy of Sports, then National Book Development Board, then the National Council for Children's Television, the Philippine High School for the Arts, the National Museum of the Philippines. I believe that all of you have been informed of this. May I ask our colleagues to bear with me and let us allow all the presentations to finish before we will entertain questions, because if we do not follow that rule, then we will never get to the end of the presentation. So I will be strict about this rule. The order of questioning will, of course, be the officers first, followed by the senators based on their arrival of appearance. So I think we can start.
Opening statement of the others.
Any senators who
support your budget. As a matter of fact, I'm here to hopefully be able to, together with the chairman, eventually maybe even augment the budget of the DepEd. I know the DepEd is the highest funded department, but at the same time, we know the importance of education to our youth. We had a bit of a slowdown the last 2 years due to the pandemic, and we're here to support, Madam Vice President, your budget and your team. So, mabuhay po kayo, and God bless. Ma'am, thank you very much.
none among the senators? So, Madam Vice President, Secretary Sara, you have the floor.
Thank you. The Honorable Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senate President, the Honorable Chairperson and members of the Committee on Finance, other honorable members of the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum. Madayaw, ug maayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. We thank you for sharing this day with us and for the opportunity to present the budget proposal of the Department of Education. With me are the DepEd undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, and directors, both from the central office and the regions, as well as the heads of our attached agencies who came with us to help address questions or concerns relative to our department's budget proposal. What we will be presenting is the proposed budget allocation in accordance with the National Expenditure Program, and we have prepared an audiovisual presentation for everyone's appreciation. May we request the Secretariat to please play the AVP.
Santa Bali sa pagbabago. Ngunit nananatili mong nasa gusto. Lumaman ang pagdadaanan. Sisiguraduhin walang maiiwan. Lilikha ng paraan Sinipat mo ang isang ito ang ating din. Mataas ang darating. Ipagpapatuloy ang gabay ng suporta.
Ibigay ng pag-asa. Patitibayin ang pundasyon para sa matatag na edukasyon. Ito ang edukasyon ng bagong Pilipinas. Ang edukasyon ng bawat Pilipino ay nangangailangan ng matatag na suporta ng nagkakaisang bansa. At ang sapat at angkop na budget ay isa sa mga susi upang makamit natin ang matatag na edukasyon ng bagong Pilipinas. Your Honors, we are pleased to present the Department of Education's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. In this report, we will provide an overview of DepEd's organization, historical budget allocation and utilization, as well as our major accomplishments and milestones. We will also discuss our fiscal year 2024 proposal through its central office, regional offices, and schools division offices. The Department of Education supervises 47,678 public schools and 12,212 private schools nationwide. The department has 969,938 filled teaching, teaching-related, and non-teaching personnel across the central office, regional offices, division offices, and public schools. Over the years, the Department of Education has maintained an average excellent obligation rate of 95% and a disbursement rate of 97%. As of July 31, 2023, the obligation rate of DepEd for fiscal year 2023 is at 50.01%. We are expecting that our utilization rate will improve in the succeeding months. Meanwhile, the disbursement rate of the agency is at 96.55%. For this fiscal year, we are expecting a 5.10% increase from our last year's budget, making it 758.60 billion pesos under the fiscal year 2024 National Expenditure Program. Formal education enrollment significantly declined in 2020. However, due to adaptability through creating different learning modes and our resilience, we enabled education sector to gradually recover and achieve substantial recovery in the following years. We have 27,794,282 learners enrolled in the formal basic education system in school year 2022 to 2023, almost 1% increase from the previous year. In accordance with the DepEd Order No. 34, Series of 2022, the department announced that all public and private schools nationwide shall implement full face-to-face classes starting November 2, 2022, in consideration with the health situation during that time. We tallied a total of 28.4 million enrollees in basic education, including our learners from the Alternative Learning System, or ALS. In January 2023, along with the Basic Education Report, we launched the Matatag, Bansang Makabata, Batang Makabansa Education Agenda, which aims to address basic education challenges of the country. DepEd adopted the National Learning Recovery Plan and rolled out the National Learning Camp last July to improve learning skills in English, science, and math. Further efforts on learning recovery are underway for the next school year, as DepEd will implement the National Reading Program, National Mathematics Program, National Science and Technology Program, among others. On August 10, we launched the Matatag curriculum. It is the recalibrated K-10 curriculum of the K-12 program, and as of today, the review for the curriculum of grades 11 and 12 or senior high school, is ongoing, and we aim to complete it next year. We have extended learning resources such as tablets, storage devices, self-learning modules, and learning activity sheets to a total of 18.5 million learners. We are already done with the procurement of 2.3 million pieces of learning tools and equipment, or LTE. Currently, we are procuring 6,416 e-learning cart packages, 2,985 smart TV package, 60,110 laptops for teachers, and 10,719 laptops for non-teaching personnel for fiscal year 2022 and 2023. We significantly improved our education infrastructure. For 2023, we target to build 5,133 new classrooms, repair 7,291 classrooms, and construct 88 last-mile schools. DepEd believes that providing learners with good nutrition complements our goal of supporting our children's education journey. Through our school-based feeding program, or SBFP, we fed almost 3.5 million learners. For this year, under our fiscal year 2023 targets, we aim to cater 1,678,704 learners from kindergarten to grade 6 who are severely wasted. As we strengthen the public-private complementarity, the department has provided support to our learners through the Government Assistance and Subsidies, or GAS. In fiscal year 2022, our education system included and served special needs education learners in the public schools, learners for Arabic language and Islamic values education in both public and private schools, Indigenous Peoples Education Program, or IPED learners in the public schools, Alternative Learning System, or ALS learners. DepEd looks after its learners through the newly established Learner Rights and Protection Office, or LRPO, that safeguards learners from all forms of abuse. One way of safeguarding our learners is through the Learners Telesafe Contact Center helpline, where abuses and conflict pertaining to child protection can be reported. We already hired and filled up 8,897 teaching positions and has an ongoing hiring of 653 teaching personnel. Meanwhile, 9,650 teaching items have been created under the fiscal year 2023 targets. For fiscal year 2023, we are also requesting additional 5,000 non-teaching positions to DBM. As the department remains steadfast in its commitment to improve teacher quality, we continuously capacitated our teachers by providing them with training and scholarship programs. DepEd's NEP budget level for next year is 758.59 billion pesos, of which 756.84 billion pesos is allocated to DepEd OSEC and 1.74 billion pesos is allocated to attached agencies. The overall budget of the department increased by 5% comparing from the 2023 GAA. However, we would like to emphasize the 2024 NEP level of the DepEd attached agencies. All 2024 NEP level of the 6 DepEd attached agencies of the department decreased compared to their 2023 GAA level. We would also like to show you that out of 712 billion pesos of the 2024 NEP level budget of DepEd OSEC, 566 billion pesos will be directly released to the field offices, leaving 146 billion pesos of the total budget in the DepEd Central Office. With the revised K-10 curriculum ready for phased implementation, we will now look at reviewing the senior high school curriculum. This will then be supplemented by the orientation of the teaching and non-teaching personnel. Likewise, we will sustain efforts to bounce back from the impact of the learning crisis through the continued implementation of the National Learning Recovery Program, or NLRP. The department will also be procuring textbooks and instructional materials, TVL equipment, and science and math tools under the fiscal year 2024 NEP. The National Assessment Systems for Basic Education will also procure various test materials to conduct assessments for all levels in the basic education. DepEd will further accelerate the delivery of basic education facilities and services by construction of new classrooms, prioritization of school health facilities, repair and rehabilitation of classrooms, and procurement of school furniture. DepEd also aims to energize schools, build medium-rise school buildings, establish library hubs in priority areas, and create inclusive learning resource centers for our special needs education under the fiscal year 2024 NEP. We will establish community learning centers for alternative learning system, prioritize last mile schools program, and will continue to conserve Gabaldon and other heritage school buildings. We will also take steps to provide e-learning packages to our schools. We will also continue to strengthen the complementarity between public and private schools through the seamless implementation of the Government Assistance and Subsidies, or GAS, program of the DepEd. Through our expanded school-based feeding program, we aim to provide healthy food to severely wasted and wasted learners. We are also dedicated to serve and support our indigenous people's education and madrasa education programs. Meanwhile, DepEd aims to provide services to 200,000 special need education learners and 667,732 alternative learning system learners in the efforts of fostering inclusivity for basic education. As support to our teachers, we aim to fill 20,000 new school personnel positions. DepEd also plans to conduct human resource development for personnel in schools and learning to further capacitate our personnel. We want to assure you and our constituents that DepEd will work together to provide the best education possible for our learners. We look forward to the continued collaboration and momentum as we work towards realizing the promising future we've envisioned. Isang matatag na bansa at araw po sa inyong lahat.
Madam Chair, Your Honors, we are finished. We are ready to accept questions, but we proceed to the next presentation from the
Yes.
attached agency of
Yes,
DepEd.
let's do that. I gave the order of presentation, no? So can we just follow it? Thank you. Early childhood is next, and Dr. Inchong, are you
Yeah,
ready?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the Senate President, Senator Miguel Subiri, and Secretary, the BP and Secretary of Education. Good afternoon. I will go directly to our accomplishment in order to give way to my other attached agencies. So the following data.
Ma'am, can you put the mic closer to your phone? Ano lang, thank you. And before you proceed, I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian and Senator Coco Pimentel. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. The next slide, please. I am going I'm going directly to the number 4, which is the accomplishment for fiscal year 2023 accomplishment. So for accessing quality, So for accessing quality, developing data is current as of July 31, 2023. For the establishment of NCDCs, we already have achieved 42 of the 50 targets, or 84% of the total. For the financial assistance for modeling of child development centers, 150 out of 250, or 60% of the total, were already accomplished. This is our cumulative data for 2012. To give an update, we already established 476 NCDC in Luzon, 228 in Visayas, and 241 in Mindanao, with a total of 945 out of the 1,634, of 58%. For the financial and technical assistance for modeling of child development centers, we funded 1,220 in Luzon, 360 in Visayas, 470 in Mindanao, with a total of 2,050 LGUs out of the 16,340 CDC targets, or 13%. For quality, efficiency, and sustainability, our SRD program yearly accomplishment rate. This slide is a cumulative and comparative accomplishment of the SRD program based on budget utilization from 2018 to 2022 and fiscal year 2023 accomplishment as of July 31. This data shows that from 2018 to 2021, the SCD Council was able to accomplish more than the target. However, looking at the data for 2022 on ESEP target, the utilization rate is 0. The integration program, which is a prerequisite to the ESEP, was implemented and accomplished during the first half of the year. The early childhood education program was supposed to be implemented in the second half, but due to the issuance of Memorandum Circular Number 3, a prohibition to enter into the contract of the OIC, engagement with service providers and procurement of other supplies and services were prohibited. Despite the issuance of MC9 on October 25, which revoked the said prohibition, service providers as well as the participants were already having their own program implemented in their own locality, including the BATS of LMIEP, which is also partnered with the State University. As a result, for fiscal year 2022, accomplishment for ESEP was 0. Though ESEP and LMIEP target were not utilized and implemented on fiscal year 2022, these targets were included in 2023 targets as continuing appropriation, making a target of 131 bucks for ESEP, 90% for LMIEP. For the 2023 target, as of July 31, for our LMIEP, we already trained 93% out of, or 101% from the target. For integration, 77% or 94%, and for ESEP, 72% or 54% of the target. For quality, efficiency, and sustainability, the human resource and development programs. The induction program, which is actually an orientation and social mobilization, technical assistance on integrated ECCD program, nutrition, early education, and social services for ECCD service provider and other stakeholders, and LGU-funded activity. Another program under the SRD is the induction program, which aims to provide orientation and ECCD integrated programs as part of community mobilization, as said already, particularly the ECCD service provider, the stakeholders from that city, which includes, among others, the mayor, the council, and also the barangay chairman. Targeted LGUs with established NCDC reached to 323, or 19.77% of the total 1,634 cities and municipalities in the country, which approximately oriented a total of 16,488 persons. For 2022, 81 cities and municipalities, 5% of the total 1,634 cities and municipalities, were oriented approximately with 4,000 bucks. For 2023, the induction program was modified to focus on LGUs without NCDCs, including provinces. Increase in the accomplishment number of LGU reached is due to the LGU-funded or initiated conduct of programs, which added another 19.58% with 3,776 persons. In total, we reached 724 LGUs, or 44.30% of the total number of cities and municipalities, with approximately 264 persons. Other ECCD programs ensuring quality, efficiency, and sustainability to different vulnerable groups. While we have been addressing the gap on access to ECCD service delivery for 3 to 4 years old children, we also must ensure that other vulnerable groups must be provided quality ECCD service too, especially children ages 0 to 2 years with children with disabilities in JIDA and IP communities, and those affected by disasters and emergency, including pregnant women and lactating mothers. So here, this year, we were also able to implement the following program as of July 31. For the Infant and Toddler Early Development, which is ITED program, we were able to reach 5 LGUs and train 29 persons, or 97% of the target. These ITED programs aims to capacitate parents and caregivers in providing brain-stimulating and early intervention activities from 0 to 2 years old at home through the NCDCs and or the CDCs. We also have the home-based program. This program addresses accessibility challenges in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas by capacitating parents delivering ECCD program. This program reached 36 LGUs, all in all, including the provincial level, and we were able to train 112, or 88% of the target. For ECCD in emergencies, we were able to reach 12 LGUs with 42 participants, or 58% of the target. The ECCD in emergency ensures integration of ECCD in the local DRRM plans in compliance with Republic Act 10821. And for the system of prevention, early identification, referral, and intervention of delays, disorder, and disabilities in early childhood, we accomplished training 53 persons from the 16 LGUs, or 28.38 of the target. This program guides LGU in establishing functional children system for children with disability. For the National ECCD Monitoring, Evaluation, and Accountability System, we trained 6 representatives from ECCDC, DSWD, and DOH, or 60% of the target. The NIMEAS will utilize ECCD results framework indicators, which were developed and assigned to members' agency of the Council for their encoding and monitoring of the system. The NIMEAS is in full operation, is the Council response to comply with and serve as the Council's data gathering mechanism for the requirement of Sustainable Development Goal Indicator 4.21, proportion of children ages 24 to 59 months who are developmentally on track in health, learning, and psychosocial well-being by sex. In summary, under the capacity building activities, we already accomplished 65% of the target. The training of trainers on the system of the PERIDIC will resume in September, October, with a target of 10 PLGU with 160 persons. The training of trainers on ECCD in emergencies will have one last set up to accommodate Luzon cluster by October to accommodate 4 more provincial local government units. The NIMEAS users orientation for ECCD Council member agency, representative of DepEd, DOH, NNC is scheduled on the 3rd quarter of this year, and the initial encoding in the system is targeted in the 4th quarter. The NET is the National Early Enrollment Tracking Information System users training and remaining target of 34.39 is scheduled also in the third quarter.
Ma'am, let's go to your budget. Maubos na kasi time nyo.
Okay. The slide shows a comparison budget. The slide shows a comparison of the NEP proposed budget where recommended for DBM against approved. Tama ba yan? Okay. For FY 2023, the total approved budget amounts to 295,291, including the NCDC content monitoring and SRD program for service provider, while the NEP proposed budget for FY 2024 with the same target amounts only to 2021, or 75% of the total 2023 budget. The decrease of 25% in the allocation for the establishment of NCDC will not include the content, monitoring, and HRD program for the service provider. To note, allocation for human resource development was reduced to almost 82.69% of the 2023 budget. The summary of requirement, this slide shows the total ECCD Council budgetary requirement for 2024. In summary, the ECCD proposed an additional of 105 million to the 221.166 NEP for the proposed total budget of 326.532 for the FY 2024. Is that right? Okay. We have one PS salary for our staff is required also. Two the MOOE and COISSP approved plan requirement. The MOOE is 2.198 million and CO with 1.44 M. Procurement of additional information, education, communication, and advocacy equipment for the delivery of programs, projects, and activities essential to adapt and address the challenges brought by the pandemic. These are needed equipment to augment and development of audio, video program, instructional materials, enhance the crafting of AICA materials, and greatly improve the online delivery and dissemination to different social media platforms of the Council and its stakeholder. Also included in ISSP is the provision of training for the utilization of Council information system that will be utilized by the LGUs for data gathering. Number 3 is the establishment of, and then also the vehicle for monitoring, a capital outlay of 3 million. Establishment of the NCDC requirements for the content such as furnitures, fixtures, and learning materials of 50 NCDC and provision for monitoring of program implementation and proper implementation. For SRD program, additional budget for the conduct of SRD programs for the fulfillment of ECCD Council's mandate to improve capacity of service provider. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Next to present is National Academy of Sports. Executive Director Joy Reyes, you have the floor.
Madam VP, Madam Sponsor, and Your Honors, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. First off, I'd like to present to you the accomplishment highlights of the National Academy of Sports. The NAS takes pride in its organizational outcome of achieving access to a quality and enhanced secondary education and high-quality sports training program in world-class sports facilities, enabling our student athletes to excel in their respective sports and pursue their chosen future education, profession, or career. The target outcome indicators were successfully met with 98% of student athletes meeting the learning standards at the end of school year 2021-2022, with a 97% retention rate the following year, and it reached 99.14% in the second half of 2023. Furthermore, 68% of our student athletes qualified in international or national sports competitions. Our outcome indicators The target of one curriculum developed was attained, particularly the sports-infused curriculum for grades 7 and 8, with 8 learning areas for each grade level. Incidentally, the target of 150 student athletes was not attained due to the low turnout of applicants as compared to 2021 intake. The delay in the campus completion also hampered the certification of sports facilities, though the non-attainment of both targets were attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. On the screen is the breakdown of our student athletes per sports from 2021 to 2023. With aquatics, taekwondo, and badminton got the most number of student athlete scholars, a total of 162 for this coming school year. And also this slide shows the distribution of the 162 student athletes per region. Worth mentioning, the achievers of NAS student athletes receiving academic honors throughout the academic year awarded during our end of school year rights or araw ng pagkilala. NAS successfully organized its pocket training camps, which focus on 7 sports with 100% participation rate of our student athletes held in different locations. NAS also won the overall championship in the 2022 National Inter-School Taekwondo Kyurugi and Pumse Championship in the Ayala Malls in Manila Bay. NAS was able to send 11 student athletes to the 2023 Palarong Pambansa, showing commendable results. At the beginning of the school year, all enrolled students and athletes undergo a mandatory virtual nutrition assessment to create personalized nutrition programs. Psychosocial support through the guidance counseling and athletic well-being services are monitored to ensure mental health are addressed. The following data interpretation analyzes the trends of nutritional status among student athletes over school year 2021 and 2022 up to 2023. The data showed a decrease in the occurrence of abnormal nutrition status among these student athletes. The decrease in abnormal BMI percentages improved nutrition intake, positive correlation between nutritional status and performance, and the influence of educational initiatives collectively emphasize the success of the NAS in fostering healthier and more competitive student athletes. And this is aligned with the SDG 3 on good health and well-being. NAS also arranged local benchmarking visits to 2 agencies which involve in secondary education. These are the PHSA and the FISAI, which we benchmark on their admission program and policies, scholarship benefits, curriculum, instruction, student dormitory and care systems, campus development, and facility standards, among others. We had international benchmarking activities, and the main objective of this is for us to share mutual passion for sports, to ignite the innovation towards the development of the industry. And our visit highlighted on the following: on educational programs and educational facilities, as well as sports programs and training facilities, and the student-athlete holistic development approach. NAS was granted an institutional membership of Asia. Asia means Association of Sports Institutes of Asia. It is a representative body of the group of high-performance sports institutes in the Asian region. This new linkage opens the door to future collaborative research in sports science and coaching and sharing of consensus standards and technologies in the development of youth student athletes. The growth of NAS in terms of student athletes and programs are dependent on the information that we share about the academy. With the NAS information campaign and nascent SAS articulation program, and stakeholders will know more about our NAS and its scholarship program. Nascent SAS articulation campaigns were conducted in different parts of the country to promote the scholarship program. Next slide, please. Can we have the next slide? Backtrack tayo. Nascent SAS. Thank you. That's it. Yeah. So again, this is the nascent SAS articulation campaigns which were conducted in different parts of the country to promote the scholarship program of NAS. We also initiated partnerships with the LGUs. Next slide. Now, at this point of the presentation, we would like to give you an update on the progress of the NAS campus. Currently, phase 1 is 99.85% complete. We just had an inspection with the current BCDA officials last August 25, and we do have high hopes for the completion or the 100% completion and ceremonial turnover very, very soon. Phase 2 includes staff housing, student dormitory, sports science medicine building, and another multipurpose gym. So the design and build of these infrastructures are currently already being bid out by BCDA. Construction of these buildings is expected to commence by October and the period of completion by December of 2024. Moving forward, I'd like to present to you the NAS overall budget. In the year 2022, we were appropriated a budget of 343.3 million, with 57 million of it originating from the Congress initiative changes or adjustments. Out of the 57 million, 75% of which, or an equivalent of 43 million, is allocated for student athlete stipends, food supplements, and vitamins, while the remaining 25% or 14 million for local and foreign travel, including benchmarking, information campaigns, and participation in competitions and training. An amount of 11.6 million, which is equivalent to 27%, was expended from the 43 million scholarship grants for 63 student athletes in the year 2021, school year 2021-2022, and 117 student athletes for school year 2022 to 2023. While for the year 2023, 36% of 130 million of the total budget of 357 million was Congress-initiated. Furthermore, Congress approved additional 14 million for capital outlay intended for the procurement of 3 motor vehicles, which is expected to be delivered within the year. Our low budget utilization the reason behind our low budget utilization for the past 2 years was due to the extended online mode of delivery in instruction and sports training. Also, the facilities in the main campus were not yet turned over on the anticipated date. Thus, our 2024 NEP is lower by 107 million for MOOE, and our proposal for capital outlay amounting to 24 million was not granted, while our PS was based on plantilla position holders as of end of April 2023. The average capita per student is 691,000, which represents school supplies, academic and sports uniforms, their monthly stipend, meals, vitamins, accommodation, and participation in local and international sports competitions. As of this date, only 31% of plantilla positions were filled, or that's 31 out of 81 positions. ITRA clearance from the ICT, which is a required document for the procurement of ICT-related equipment, was not yet released. And only online tournaments were available. So therefore, we had limited local and international competition schedules and invitations for the 8 focus sports. So for our catch-up plan, we are targeting 60% of the total plantilla positions to be onboarded by end of this year and 95% by 2024. Second, the reconstitution of BAC and capacitating the members through government procurement processes, or the RA 9184. Third, we would like to strengthen partnerships and cooperations with NSAs in NAS focus sports to map out international events and calendar future competitions. This is aligned with SDG number 17 on partnerships and goals. We would also like to increase awareness about NAS mandate and to expand the reach of our scholarship program across the country to our information campaign and articulation program. And lastly, identify potential satellite regional sports academies to expand the NAS system moving forward. The additional funding for fiscal year 2024 are the following. PS, for our PS to increase by 42 million to cover the remaining 62 plantilla positions we intend to hire by year of 2024. Under MOOE, we request for the reinstatement of our proposed 27 million by adding 9 million based on our proposed budget for the use of the Athletes Village while waiting for the completion of the Phase 2 construction of NAS dormitory. We also pray for an additional budget of 24 million under capital outlay, intended for the additional safety feature in our existing facility, PWD mobility and inclusivity, and improvement of our kitchen facility to ensure proper handling and safety of our student athletes. This is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals numbers 9 and 10 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and reduce inequality. Madam Chair, Madam Sponsor, thank you so much for your time and your honors in listening, and we hope to get your generous support in achieving our programs, to champion our programs and plans for the Filipino student athletes. Mabuhay po kayo at ang atletang Pilipino. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you, Executive Director Joy Reyes. Next is National Book Development Board, to be presented by Executive Director Charisse Tugade. But before you proceed, Charisse, let me just acknowledge the presence of Senators Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Escudero, who stepped out but was here, and Senator Go, and Senator Bato. On that note, please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good afternoon or good morning? Hindi ko na alam. Good afternoon, Madam VP, Madam Sponsor, and our honorable senators. Again, I'm Charisse from the National Book Development Board. What we do...
Excuse me. So the senators have somehow concluded that the presentations are a bit too long, no?
Okay.
Make it shorter.
Okay.
Straight to your budget requests, highlight one or two pictures of your favorite. That's it. You can do it in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Go for it, Charisse.
Okay, 5 minutes. All right, so what we do is we develop the Philippine publishing industry. Next slide, please. Market concern, I'll run through this really quickly. The market for our books, there's some issues and concerns, and this is something that we've been addressing for the last 3 years. The largest institutional buyers are driven by the lowest bidder, and that has made it so that we have low quality of books in the mass market, high quality books are in the niche market. We have low output and low market accessibility. And you see this if you go to the bookstores, if you go to libraries, it's difficult to find the books in our own language and in our own context. And this, obviously, it's oversimplified, but you'll find that this has contributed to low functional literacy, learning poverty, and low multimedia collaboration in the creative industries and low market export, right? Another issue is that for our largest distributors, there has been a focus on foreign titles, and this is because foreign titles have entered the country, and this is by purchase, so this is what is being pushed in the bookstores, as opposed to our titles, which are always on consignment. So the solution that the NBDB has worked on is we rekindle the love of reading, inform the buyers, make sure there is a democratized information of these knowledge products, and we try to reinvigorate the industry. So our action is total market saturation of Philippine books, right? We have 110 million population, and we don't even have, 5% saturation. So how do we do this? We focus on our readers, and we make sure that our readers are involved and that they know what is available. So we do this through our programs such as the Book Nook, which we have 125 all around the country, from Kiangan, Ifugao, all the way to South Ubian, Tawi-Tawi. We also inform the buyers and make sure that our institutional buyers all around the country have an understanding of what products are available in the Philippines. And we have a wonderful wonderful publishers that are creating really good work. We also focus on our creatives. So in the last few years, we've focused on creating the Book Institute of the Philippines and providing incentives, subsidies, and grants to all of the creatives involved, including illustrators, editors, writers, literary subject matter specialists and the like. And of course, we work with publishers and distributors so that they have access to the market, both locally and internationally. Okay, so I am going to go to, next slide, please. Next slide. So our accomplishment, we have the highest output in the last 26 years. This is in the presentation that is available on printout for you. I will move on because we don't have time. Let's move on to the programs and our wish list. Okay. Next slide. 3 slides over. Okay, proposed budget. Next slide. Okay, so our proposed budget on the NEP is, before that, okay, is 132 million, but our wish list says 299 million. And I would like to discuss that line by line very quickly. Next slide, please. Okay, so general administrative and support services. So right now the NBDB has about 58 employees that service the entire publishing sector, about 3,000 stakeholders that service the entire population, and we do not have enough office space. We are at about 70% in terms of our personnel complement, and of course we would like to increase that, so we do need the space. So a large amount of our budget is dedicated into getting that space. Number 2, we have the Philippine Book Festival. So the Philippine Book Festival is very important because we work with DepEd to help our mother agency scope for books. So there is a supplementary learning resources program, and that policy we've been working on for the last few years, and there needs to be books in our library hubs, our libraries, and our schools. But most again, as I said, institutional buyers, including the DepEd, including private schools, do not have access to the information. They don't know where to find these books because our bookstores don't have them available. So we set up these trade fairs, such as the Philippine Book Festival. It's similar to the Manila International Book Fair, but focuses on local and focuses on programming. So there are about 100 programs in tandem with this Philippine Book Festival, so that most of our consumers know the authors and the creators behind these titles. Third one is the Book Nook. So the Book Nook, we started during COVID, and these are reading centers set up kind of similar to a franchise agreement where we work with a community, an LGU, and we set up, they provide the housing, we provide the books, and we also provide the training. So this training is integral because anyone can provide books, but the sustainability of these reading centers is what is important. So for next year, so we've already established 123 book nooks all around the country. Time is up. Okay, one more minute if possible. No more minute? Do I have one more minute? Okay, 30 seconds. Okay, so this book nook is quite important. We are also extending towards the diaspora, working with migrant communities in Hong Kong, the Middle East, and other areas as well. So we have the book nook, and then our last one is we are trying to conquer the international market because rights sales can be upwards of $2,000 to $25,000 depending on what types of rights you sell. And as we are part of the creative industry, the story of any author does not only extend to the book, it could be extended cross-media wise, and we go to different countries so we can sell our rights to different publishers, music, theater, movies, similar to what Harry Potter does. So there is much more to be made economically, and there's much more imprint in terms of our stories globally. And we were just given the honor of being the guest of honor of the Frankfurter Buchmesse for 2025. So this is why there is an increase on the budget for that. So that's quite exciting. I will end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's now go on to the budget of the National Council for Children's Television, and then be ready. After that is the Philippine High School for the Arts.
Madam President, VP Sara Duterte, and the DepEd family, Madam Chair, Pia Cayetano, and the Honorable Senators, makabatang araw po sa ating lahat. May we show the video presentation?
that provides NCCT and its partner agencies with baseline data on the current television viewing trends among Filipino children. Child-friendly television standards were drafted to serve as a guide for broadcast networks in creating child-friendly television content. NCCT, in partnership with the Far Eastern University, Manila, pursued a study on the Filipino child and media, media consumption, parental mediation, and classroom performance. Dialogue with content creators is envisioned to be a venue for NCCT and content creators to discuss the adoption and implementation of NCCT's child-friendly televition standards. National Children's Broadcasting Day is celebrated on the second Sunday of December under the Republic Act No. 8296. It highlights child-friendly television shows, short films, and docu-bata winners. Katuwang sa Mapanuring Panonood or Kasamapa is a seminar that aims to develop a community of adults capable of critically assessing media messages and guiding children in selecting and understanding media content. Understanding and Utilizing Media in Teaching is a seminar workshop on the integration of media literacy in the K-12 curricula. Telebibo is a project created pursuant to the agency's mandate that is to advocate media literacy among various stakeholders. The NEFC-TV, or the National Endowment Fund for Children's Television, is one of the Council's initiatives that aim to develop and produce high-quality, culturally relevant, and developmentally appropriate television programs specifically created for Filipino children. DocuBata, isang pagdiriwang ng dokumentaryong pantelebisyon para sa batang Pilipino, is an annual video documentary contest started in 2017.
This weekend on NCCT Originals.
Sa wakas, nagkita na si Pina at ang kanyang ina. Samahan natin sila sa isang pantumina.
NCCT Originals, weekends, 9 a.m. on IBC 13. Ngayong Sabado sa DocuBata TV, iba't ibang kwento ng pagpupursigi sa buhay sa kabila ng mga kapansanan. Autism, neurodevelopmental disease, at vision impairment. Ang ilan lamang sa mga kondisyong kakabit na ng buhay ng mga bida sa DocuBata TV. Sabado, ika-4 ng hapon sa IBC 13.
This year, one of the initiatives that NCCT has implemented to generate literate and well-informed media consumers was to conduct a Makabatang Media Bootcamp, a media and information literacy education services, at napaglingkuran po ng NCCT ang General Tiburcio de Leon National High School in Valenzuela City in June. And there are many educators and learners who were there. Further, to impose the inclusivity among content creators of child-friendly content, the NCCT was able to conduct 5 dialogue with content creators po. Ito po, we talked to broadcast television networks that they produce child-friendly TV programs. NCCT has been using also its scorecard, a tool that validates whether or not the submission of the broadcast television networks' child-friendly TV programs, according to them, are really child-friendly TV program. And we go to the 2024 budget proposal, plans and targets. Okay. The table shows the class allotment consisting personnel automatic appropriations, RLIP, MOOE, and the capital outlay. The first tier corresponds to the current expenditures of the agency, while the tier 2, on the other hand, reflects the projected additional expenditures of the agency. Hence, for 2024, the NCCT requested 436,150,000 allocation to fund its lineup programs, projects, and activities, and operating expenses. For 2024 budget proposal, yun po, yung green and blue, Tier 1 comprises only 25% of the total proposal, while the other 75% is for the Tier 2. We have also 72% for budget proposal, and then 26% and 2% of the for the capital outlay. However po, in 2023, the agency received total allocation of 75,613. So we can compare that there are 75,613 and we request for 136. Only 63,091,000 was granted. I think we can go to our wish list. So we won't have, because we don't have much time. Budget utilization rate for the GAA release, we have 48.81%. However, we have catch a plan for the budget utilization. In December, we will have 99.89 because of the procurement of the production, of the broadcast, of the equipment, monitoring equipment. And we're seeing 99.89% by December. For our wish list, we have the production and broadcast of child-friendly television programs, because if we want to have available child-friendly TV programs, we have to produce more. And the request for an additional budget to support the production and broadcast of child-friendly television programs is vital to sustaining and enhancing NCCT's efforts to provide suitable content for children. The initial subsidy received in 2023 marked a significant step. Maraming salamat po, Senator Pia and the honorable senators. And with an additional po, sana, 30 million aims to create 3 seasons, that's 39 episodes for child-friendly TV shows that align with the interests and development needs of children, contributing positively to their media consumption experience. Next is the conduct of a research conference for children and media. The conduct of research conference for children and media projects appeal for funding is grounded in the urgent need to address the scarcity of research on children's media in the Philippines. By organizing conference that brings together diverse stakeholders, the NCCT seeks to advance knowledge and policy development in child-friendly media. We have also the implementation of the CMPC, Comprehensive Media Program for Children. This necessitates the requested budget to effectively align local efforts with national development plans by collaborating with the DILG and preparing an implementation toolkit. And the NCCT aims to create strong foundation for CMPC's successful launch. Number 4, legwork for the
Ma'am,
crowd.
no need to read each
Okay.
item. Medyo sa totoo lang, maliit yung budget nyo. Mas malaki yung chance nyo pag iniksian nyo. Oo, nakaagad
Okay.
tong boss natin.
Okay,
So,
ma'am.
malit lang yan.
So we're requesting for a 56 plus million. And ma'am, congratulations, last Saturday's pinasalong utang. Thank you again. CIA with BA, I'm a fan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if we truly want to have or to show child-friendly TV programs and content for children, please, we appeal, the NCCT appeals to your honorable senators. Give the Filipino children the TV and media content that they truly deserve. Maraming salamat po. Makabatang araw
We'll
po.
ask you some questions after so
Yeah.
you can elaborate, no? But
Yes, ma'am.
let's get done with the presentations. Thank you, ma'am. Let's now go on to Philippine High School for the Arts, si Director Zuniega.
Sa ating pong mahal na Vice Presidente at kalihim ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, ating pong Vice President Sara Duterte, ating pong mga minamahal na mga senador, Madam Sponsor Senator Pia Cayetano at ang DepEd family, isang pong makasining at malikhaing hapon sa lahat. Para po mabilis sa ating presentation ay doon na po tayo sa accomplishments. Summary lang po ng ating budget utilization rate. Since 2019 po, 90.5%, 93.2%, at nung pandemya, 87.6%, at bumalik po sa 92.3% noong 2002, at sa kasalukuyan po ay 74% dahil po nasa kalagitnaan pa lang po ng taon. At ating pong 2022 accomplishments po ay ating pong pinapa-recertify ang ating ISO 9001-2015 core process para po sa admission and recruitment of scholars. At ito pong harmonization of internal and external linkages, kasama po dito ang aming palagi pong partisipasyon sa CCP Pasinaya, kung saan po mapapanood sa publiko ang mga talento ng ating mga kabataan. At kami rin po ay naiimbitahan ng Department of Science and Technology, ng COMELEC, at nabanggit po ni Director Joy kanina, National Academy of Sports po, kami po ay tumutulong sa kanilang pag-benchmark. At din po sa ating mga LGUs tulad po ng Laguna, Los Baños, Antique po, nung bago magkaroon ng pandemya. Students non-academic activities po ay, ang ating po mga estudyante ay ginawaran po ng 12 medalyang ginto sa 6 ng dangal ng sining ng National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Dahil po sa kanilang presentasyon sa either local o kaya sa international na competitions. Ang susunod po dito, ang current student achievement po, ang aming pong estudyante na nasa grade 10 pa lamang, siya po ay 15-year-old, ay nakakamit po ng award sa 24 International High School Arts Festival sa Tokyo, Japan, kung saan po ang kanyang artworks po ay nasaksihan ng mga iba't ibang estudyante mula sa ibang rehiyon ng Asia at po ng Japan. At for the past 4 years po, ang mga estudyante po namin ay nakatanggap ng admission at full scholarship sa mga international schools po. Hong Kong Academy of Performing Arts para sa sayaw, Royal Academy of London, Guildhall Academy of London, Music Conservatory of Singapore, at isa po sa Berlin Music Conservatory sa Germany. Sila po lahat ay full scholars doon. Isa pong batang graduate, E.J. Villarin, Batch 22, Concertmaster po ng Asian Youth Orchestra. Kakatanghalan po nila sa Europe. At isa po, Batch 2021, possibly one of the youngest Cinemalaya Best Actors awardee po, Tomas Santos or Tomas Alejandrino. One of our young graduates po. Doon po na lang tayo sa ating community program. Kami po ay naglunsad kahit na po pandemya ay gumawa kami ng outreach program po sa Los Baños na kung saan ay 18 po na pribado at publikong mga eskwelahan ay tinuruan ng ating mga estudyante. So mga estudyante po mismo ang nag-facilitate ng mga workshops. Sila po ay grade 9. At natapos na po ito, 6 po na weekend. Meron po tayong grade 12 culminating recitals po kung saan ang kanilang final thesis sa research in the arts. 36 po silang lahat sa various art fields po ay nag-present sa kanilang exhibit o kaya final concert o kaya book launching po para sa mga writers natin. At susunod po dito ay ang ating pong budget po, 100,516,000 para po mapabilis na natin ang ating presentasyon. Ang wish list po natin, 26.8 million. At para po ito ay makatulong sa ating pagsilbi sa ating mga kabataan, meron po tayong 2 campus na mini-maintain. Bukod sa Makiling ay meron po ang Bae, Laguna campus po. At mga additional staff na kakailanganan natin para sa kaligtasan ng ating mga kabataan. At po doon sa mga graduating students po natin, magiging 44 po sila ngayon at sila naman ay magpepresenta ng kanilang mga production na individual po ito. So ayun po, sana po ay maasahan namin ang inyong suporta at ipapatuloy pa rin po namin ang aming outreach programs hindi lang po sa Laguna kundi po sa mga karatig na lugar at maging sa ibang dako po ng Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much for that shorter presentation. Next and the last one is National Museum of the Philippines, Director Jeremy Barnes. You are notorious for being very long. So, you're one of the longest heads of the agencies here. So I'm certain you can get their support even if you keep it short.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you and the senators, of course, to our beloved Secretary and Vice President. I'll keep it very short, but for our budget moving forward, I'd just like to say that the museum continues to grow and expand, both physically in terms of our presence throughout the country, and in terms of our organization needed to support also higher quality and more intensive engagement with our audiences. For next year and beyond, new museums under development critically include Davao City, San Jose Antique, and in the succeeding year of 2025 in Central Luzon in both Aurora and Pampanga. At the same time, next year, we hope to inaugurate our expanded integrated complex in Rizal Park and our Tabon Cave complex in Palawan. So you'll see a lot of our budget for next year, both already in the NEP and in our additional proposals, support these thrusts. Also, very crucially, many might know we are closed 1 day a week on Mondays. We hope to be open 7 days a week starting next year in order to really achieve accessibility, as much as we can physically. We turn too many people away across the country on Mondays, and so we hope to move to 7 day a week operations that involves a level of complexity in the organization that we hope to attain, and additional budgetary needs. Next is, of course, in our existing museums, we constantly try to upgrade our existing exhibitions and introduce new exhibitions, so we'll continue that. And crucially, we're going to have a much stronger thrust in publications of all kinds. Next slide. So you'll see a lot of this in our budget proposal for next year. Of course, in the next slides, our usual work in management of the collections. Of course, our facilities is there. And in the NEP, we're delighted to share with the senators, there is strong support for finally moving completely to digitization, both in terms of our management of collections, bringing the museums online, and improving our IT infrastructure, having apps, and so on and so forth. You'll find this, ladies and gentlemen, in our NEP. Key statistics, I don't have time to present these to you fully, but let me assure you that we're on track around the nation to break new records for visitorship this year, and we're on track for our other benchmark indicators, number of exhibitions, publications. We're geared up for our main time of the year, which is October, Museum and Galleries Month. Now to the budget. Next slide. We do have a very strong NEP this year, and so we'd like to thank the DBM and DepEd for helping with that. Firstly, though, for personal services, we are seeking additional funding for 128 plantilla positions to establish staffing for both new museums and, of course, strengthen existing operations. For MOE, next, please. We are seeking additional funding of 269 million for quite a few items. Traveling expenses for the museum have gone up, as well as our requirements. Training and scholarship is crucial, and this mostly refers to the training that we offer to the public. To support our exhibitions program, additional supplies and materials, additional utilities to reflect being open 7 days a week rather than 6, and of course the increases in power and water costs, and so on and so forth. So, Madam Chair, you will see all of these listed. To go to the larger items, though, these are under capital outlay. We do have significant funding already in the NEP, and you will see it is for the IT program that I mentioned earlier, as well as some key infrastructure. Next slide, though. We also have solid funding for exhibitions and fit-out, However, we are seeking an additional 268 million for various items, from technical and scientific equipment to basic air conditioning to storage systems. Next, please. Additional transportation vehicles, and then some infrastructure. So I think that's about all I have time for, but you'll find all the details both in the presentation and in greater detail in the supporting documents. Additional appropriations requested of 679 million pesos. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And we are here to answer any questions. Yes.
Thank you, Director Barnes. Okay, we're finally done. We will proceed with the question and answer portion. The Senate President, I think, has a statement or suggestion to make.
Yes, it's not a question, Madam Chairman, so that we can proceed quickly to the question and answer portion. But I know the time element, it's already 2 o'clock, and we have session at 4. I extended it from 3 to 4. But maybe to extend inter-parliamentary courtesy to the Vice President, maybe we can ask our colleagues, those who have direct questions to the Vice President, ask it already now, and then when we adjourn at 4 o'clock, if we're not done with the other parts of the department, maybe we can ask them to come back, excusing the Vice President already, if that's possible. It's just a possible suggestion to my colleagues, so that if they're done with the Vice President, she doesn't have to appear on another hearing. But I can see the Vice President not agreeing as well.
Yes, thank you for the suggestion, but if they come back, I have to come back because I cannot leave the team.
That's a very noble gesture, ma'am. So,
Thank you.
yes, Madam Chair, I think the Vice
Madam
President.
Chair, we allotted this day for the budget hearing of the Department of Education, so we are okay even if we extend into the evening after your session.
But the only problem with that, Madam Vice President, I checked the rules and I checked the precedents, and according to DepSec Belen and all of our the members of the Secretariat, it's never been done before unless we adjourn, and then you can proceed. But under the rules of the Senate is there can be no hearings being conducted while the plenary is in session. So that is the only technicality, ma'am, Madam Vice President. So I don't want to break the rules of the Senate and traditions. So maybe let's proceed and let's see how far we can go. But at least for the information of the body, it's never been done before. If we adjourn naman today, problem is ang daming pending na for amendments.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I ask for a minute suspension? That's what I wanted to move. Can we have a minute suspension first?
Session suspended.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, we are okay to come back another day to do another round of questions, interpellations. We have no problem with coming back. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam VP. We appreciate it. In any case, we'll resume. We'll start our question and answers, and we'll see where it takes us in the next 2 hours. Okay. So
Madam Chair, just to reiterate that I'm in full support of the budget of the DepEd.
Yes.
And my only question was, do you need more funds? And I'm sure the Vice she's nodding, that means it's the affirmative. So yun lamang po, how we can help, we will definitely try to help the DepEd in additional funding.
Thank you, the Honorable Senate President. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me just acknowledge the presence of our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda, and Majority Leader Joel Villanueva. And with that, let's proceed. In order, we call on our officers first and then the senators in order of appearance. So are you ready, Senator Legarda?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I welcome once again our Vice President, Secretary of DepEd and the DepEd family. I have a lot of questions, but I will not ask the questions now and will yield to my colleagues because of the limited time. And my questions are meant to help the DepEd family and its attached agencies, but I will no longer ask these questions because I know that I can talk to each agency on my own time, but I do not want to use the 2 hours left before the session. And of course, the Vice President, I can reach out to her and find out as well how we can help DepEd in terms of curbing, if not totally eliminating, let's say, learning poverty, which we discussed a year ago, and other issues pertaining to the education of the youth of our country. And so, Madam Chair, I will yield to my colleagues and listen to them. And if there are important questions still unasked, if there is time in the coming hours, then that's the only time I will ask. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lauren. We appreciate that. Just as Senator Lauren said, our office will assist every senator's office in succeeding meetings, no? Because a lot of them actually cannot be solved even if we stay here for the next 6 hours. That's the reality. So let's put on record that for sure, like even my questions, I have a lot to ask, which I had in my preliminary meeting, but we will assist the other senator's office. Senator Joel, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at my notes and trying to find out how we can condense everything here, Madam Chair. First of all, we'd like to congratulate the entire department headed by Her Excellency, our Vice President, Sara Duterte. If you recall, Madam President, we have been meeting in the Education Commission together with the commissioners of EDCOM who are here today, Senator Pia, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. And we have been talking about the education reforms that's needed in the country. And one of my pet bills in this institution is the Philippine Qualifications Framework. And during the discussions, you know, for quite some time, for about 5 years now, they only met 7 or 9 times, Madam Chair. But in the time of VP Sara, they were able to meet at least 5 times. So the past 6-7 years. So we hope that the PQF NCC, the National Coordinating Council, will continue to work with each other to really come up with the solutions that we are looking for in addressing the harmonization of our curriculums at all levels. But anyway, Madam Chair, I will ask some questions. Let me start by saying in 2024, under the Basic Education Inputs Program, there is an allocation of 26.2 billion for new school personnel positions. Ang sabi po dito, 20,000 teachers will be hired with an allocation of 5.7 billion according to the presentation of DepEd. If you look at the statistics, Madam Chair, POEA shows that from 2013 to 2017, an average of 1,500 teachers left annually to work abroad, Madam Chair. 1,500 po, no, from 2013 to 2017. And if you look at the ADB study, the teacher to, if we can, pwedeng palakihin natin yung slide. Sa ADB, teacher to student ratio in the Philippines is greater than Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore, with more than 20 students per 1 teacher. So concerned po tayo dyan, and we wanted to ask our friends from the Department of Education on how we can help. First, the question would be, what is the ideal ratio? What is the ideal teacher-to-student ratio? And how many teachers do we need to reach such ratio? And what is going to be the effect of the hiring target of 20,000, kung kaya man, for 2024 to address the teacher shortage in public schools? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Before I give it to our USEC for BHROD, Senator Joel Villanueva, I preside over the meetings of the PQF because it is shared by the Department of Education, and we actually sent you a letter requesting for your intercession with regard to budget for the permanent secretariats, because right now it is lodged under the office of TESDA. And we need to organize the permanent secretariat for the PQF. So if you can help us with the budget for the permanent secretariat of the PQF, that would be most helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rest assured that we will do that. And as always, we have been very supportive of the PQF. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Our USEC Mercado of HROD will answer the question.
Thank you, BPSEC and Your Honor. Our shortage right now is 86,000, and for 2024 we have an allocation of 20,000. The ratio that we have currently is still 1:40, and so we are computing our shortages based on that, enrollment and then teacher shortages.
And the ideal would be?
1:30, right?
1:30. Is that the
Yes.
ideal? That is the target?
For operations, that's what.
1:30.
1:30.
Yes,
But,
and
there are still areas, Your Honor, that is still congested. We admit that, but that's being responded to in a different program.
yes, we wanted to find out the bigger picture here. So the past 3 years, for example, how many new teachers have been hired, and how many teachers have resigned, retired, and have otherwise been separated from the service? Because again, if you look at the statistics, as I mentioned earlier, in POEA po, nag-a-average ng 1,500 teachers every year who goes abroad. So assuming that there are 1,500 teachers per year that resign or work abroad, is DepEd capable to hire enough teachers to address and minimize the gap and still continue to reach that target that we are looking for? Because we wanted to make sure that we understand the situation, the challenges that we are facing today.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. For the past years, we've been receiving 10,000 allocation every year. It is only this year that we got a 20,000. We're currently doing a study on school staffing standards and other related studies so that we can really come up with a catch-up plan for the coming years. But the teachers that you're saying who goes abroad, we actually have a program for them. Ito yung sa Pinas, Ikaw ang Ma'am and Sir. And for this year, we have allotted 2,000 teachers for SPIMS. And for the past years, yun yung we have been doing that also for the past years. And this year, 2,000 po ang ating allocation for SPIMS.
Ma'am, let me cut you there, no, because I'm impressed for time here. Perhaps we can ask for submission of a catch-up plan. We wanted to find out, because you're saying from 10,000 every year, now you have 20,000, which is good. We wanted to support that move. If we can do with 30,000, 40,000, we're for it. But of course, yung capacity din, no? So can you just submit to this committee yung catch-up plan natin? How do we make sure na maging continuous yung ating programa, katulad yung binanggit niyo po, dinoble kaagad, which is a good thing, no? And I admire the department for doing that, because at the end of the day, ito yung talagang heart and soul of our education system, no? Ensuring that we have enough teachers, quality educators to teach our our young people. Next question that I'd like to pose. If you look at the, and I'm sure my colleagues here are so sick and tired of me for raising this particular issue, the issue of unfilled positions in government. And I have been raising this time and time again, and if you look at the unfilled positions in the Department of Education, there are 43,014 unfilled positions. From 2022 to 2023, out of 46,000 unfilled positions, only 3,415 positions have been filled. And you know, it's not surprising to us because you look at other departments, yun ngang sa DPWH, yung last hearing din namin, napakadami na unfilled positions. In fact, I will go further later and talk about the job orders. No? Kasi yung sa DPWH, sinasabi nila, job order sila, pero they keep on doing the same regular job of a DPWH person. So we wanted to understand, no? Because according to Inventory of Government Human Resources, as of June 30, 2023, meron ding job order ang DepEd na 15,140. So my question is, one, are these figures correct? Two, what is the nature of the positions mentioned that remain unfilled? And what positions, if any, have consistently remained unfilled for the past 2 or more years? Because, of course, we should be evaluating this every now and then. That's what I've been doing, no, to help the department to be more efficient. So, pwede ho bang malaman yung plano natin dito, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to put you in context, the total that has been allocated already is 1,025,823. And traditionally, the pattern is that we always get a 4% unfilled. Kaya lang yung 4% po namin is, right now, it's 51,127.
It's bigger.
Yes, sir. It's bigger because this is based on August record ng GMIS. That's a live number, sir, Your Honor. It's there's retirement, promotion, and resignation. And we have the green lane, the SPIMS, the DOST scholars, and the 4Ps. And there are also positions that are hard to fill. And these are guidance counselor, which is 4,000. Yung mga MAPI position, yung mga specialization. And right now, ang naiiwan po namin na 4% for 2023, ang aming we already started filling up the positions and it's already 50% of the allocation for 2023. Ang binabudget niyo kasi, sir, for a current time, July next year po nag-effect yung hiring nila. But the entire process starts at January. But I just want to point out that we're now HRM Prime, Silver, Bronze, sorry, and that actually hastened the appointment process because we don't have to wait for the attestation in civil service. The moment we sign the okay na po sila, sir. Pangalawa, we also have a special hiring program which we're going to launch this next month, and this is a digital way of applying in the RQA without any human intervention. And I think that would be a very big help in the entire process.
Okay, thank you. No? So you were saying 4%, that's about 50,000 unfilled, but right now 15% are already filled.
Yes, sir.
And we're looking at, 4 months to go? And
Yes, sir.
You're saying sa July pa mag-i-effect yung iba?
And itong i-approve nyo na budget, July yun next year.
July yung next. Okay,
Hinahire
okay.
namin
Yes,
ngayon
yes,
is
yes. Now I understand. So still, in fact, ma'am, in terms of percentage, mas mabilis yung sa DepEd, no? And I am hoping kasi na we'll be able to help in the process and yung binabanggit niyo kanina, no, July pa, because that will take effect from this year's budget deliberations. That
Pero
right?
January, sir, nagsisimula na kami mag-announce.
Oh, and then at the same time, we are looking at yun nga, yung nawawala, nagre-retire or nag-abroad.
It's a live
no?
number po.
Oho. Last thing that I'd like to point out, yung sa non-teaching personnel, guidance counselors na binabanggit po ninyo, ano yung difficulties that you are encountering in hiring sufficient guidance counselors?
It's really the supply, sir. It's really the
Supply.
supply of the guidance counselor. But we're doing something about it. We're thinking of running a program for those who are intending to join us as guidance assistant, just so we can focus on the mental health program that we're working very closely with operations.
We have been discussing this particular issue actually here in the Senate with Senator Pia, Senator Angara, and Senator Win. Perhaps we can ask Madam Chair na lang yung data of breakdown ng shortage of teachers, if we can have by elementary, junior high, senior high, and areas of specialization, so we can respond accordingly in addressing teacher shortages.
Yes,
para
sir.
mas maintindihan po namin lalo. Ma'am, next.
With the indulgence of my colleague and my boss, the majority leader, and the permission of Chairman, just to follow up on that, may I request, similar to Senator Joel, the breakdown for the last 5 years. This will also give us some kind of perspective on the catch-up, because for us, it's very, very difficult to trace if we're moving forward, given that what only appears in the budget as submitted to the Senate is a lump sum for the creation of new teaching positions. So hindi na namin alam kung saan tayo napupunta. Alam namin na 86,000 nga yung shortage. Nahabol na ba natin nung last year, or are we running to stay in the same place? I think that's what we're trying to figure out. Will the day come to pass that we will actually have enough teachers finally? So kung maari nga ibigay yung last 5 years rin at yung breakdown ng mga lump sum nun, para lang makita natin, it doesn't have to be very long to be one page, tell me how many teachers for that year at ilan pa yung hinahabol. So Joel, pareho lang tayo yung catch-up plan, kasi parang hindi na mangyayari kailanman sa buhay natin.
That's really a great challenge, and thank you for raising that up, Senator Amy. If I may continue, Madam Chair, last point, I know that we're pressed for time. Another very important issue is the shortage of classrooms and construction of backlogs natin sa mga classrooms. No? For the past 3 years, I was looking at the backlogs, and dun sa presentation, there's 5,133 new classrooms which are targeted to be built in 2023. Of this, 187 classrooms have already been built and 711 are ongoing. So 711 plus 187 with the target of 5,133, parang medyo yung concern din ni Sen. Aimee is also my concern. So ang sa akin lang, Madam Chair, we wanted to find out how we can help. Is there a problem with the capacity of the government to build classrooms? And perhaps para ho ma-expedite na lang yung time, Madam Chair, so I can give way to my colleagues, siguro hingi na lang din kami ng submission of your strategy on how we can help to be able to achieve this targeted classrooms ng ating department. And perhaps yung DepEd's geographical prioritization of classrooms to be constructed. Kasi ho, isisingit ko, pasensya na kayo talagang, lagi ko sinisingit yung Bulacan. Tuwing baha na lang po yun, lagi na lang kaming nangangailangan ng tulong sa DepEd. But thank you sa mga DepEd officials who are helping us with the teaching modules na nabasa. And of course, ito rin ho, yung classrooms pa rin, problema pa rin. So I hope I can get the answers, Madam Chair, and perhaps just to expedite the deliberation of the budget of the department. I hope that we'll be able to get a copy or submission of these pertinent documents that we are asking for. And let me put again on the record that this representation fully support the Department of Education's budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, just for orderly procedure, I'd like to add na rin to Joel's last question. It was cited in the news that there's a shortage of upwards of 159,000 classrooms, and we know that a considerable amount under basic facilities enhancement is found in the DepEd budget. So perhaps what we will do also is to inquire how much has been allocated in the last 5 years so that we can see the progress, if at all, and see the utilization of the number of classrooms actually built for the sums allocated. So perhaps that would be the update and the catch-up plan would request. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Your Honors, Yusek Densing of the School Infrastructure and Facilities Strand will quickly answer the question.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, quickly I'd like to correct the figures of Your Honor. The 711 to be constructed are from the 2022 budget, and the 187 already built also came from the 2022 budget. What is, it's really the inefficiency of the developing the, of identifying the allocation, because the SARO for the 2022 school buildings budget only came out October of 2022. So it's really efficiency in allocation. For example, for 2023, we are targeted to build 5,133, and the good news about it is as early as May of this year, we already have the SARO for 15.1 billion. I think half of that 5.33 will be built within this year, and the balance will be in 2024. Because when we talk about multi-story buildings, it will take 920 to 250 calendar days to build a multi-story building.
Sorry, Yusek, just to
Yusek, can I just sorry, Ma'am Amy, just to put on record, because
Hold on. Can we, the person who has the floor is Senator Joel, then you ask the follow-up question.
Yeah.
So let him settle his, and then you can do
Thank
another
you, thank you,
follow-up.
Madam
Okay.
Chair. I just wanted to put on record, sir, no, kasi kinukorek niyo po yung figures ko. The presentation you gave us says constructed 187 with 711 ongoing classrooms, 5133 new classes to be built in 2020. So sa inyo po galing yung presentation, just to put on record.
Apo.
Yeah, thank you.
What I'm saying, sir, is galing sa 2022 budget po yung ongoing construction.
Yes,
and tatapos.
yes, and I hope that we'll get the breakdown kung paano namin kayo matutulungan. No? Kasi binanggit nyo nga ho, nag-improve kasi May of 2020. But still, there's so much room for improvement. Would you agree with me, sir?
Yes, sir. In fact, Your Honor, we've already identified for allocating the 2024 NEP of school buildings, 75 to 80% have been identified. In fact, we're looking at, after discussions with the DPWH, who will be implementing the school buildings program for 2024, we intend to do an early procurement activity for school buildings, NUCON, by the last quarter of 2023. That's how fast we're doing right now, Mr. Chair. Now, for the shortage of classrooms, the actual shortage is 165,433, less what will be built this year. That we will end up to be at 159,000. The universal value of the shortage is around 420 billion. And if we want to address it in the next 6 years until 2030, we need a budget of 105 billion a year to be able to zero out all the backlogs, assuming a 12,000 classroom requirement, new classrooms every year, because we expect net enrollment every year. As long as our population grows at an average of 1.8% per year, we're talking about 500,000 net enrollees every year coming into the school system
with the
every
permission
year.
of Senator Joel and Senator Amy. Just what's the average cost now, Yusek, of a classroom?
Per classroom is 2.5 billion. 2.5 million per classroom. Meron po, kompleto na po yun, ceiling
To
fans.
be clear. Oo. Kasi kino-compare yan sa dati na walang ganon. This
Apo.
one includes it already.
Madam Chair, I will wind up by saying thank you to our colleagues and the DepEd department. And I'm hoping that we'll get the documents that we are asking for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Senator Marcos.
if I may, yes, Yusek, Yes, ang sabi po ninyo, 5 to 6,000 lang a year ang mapapatayo at the rate we're going. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Madam Chair.
Yes, that's right.
Your
So
Honor.
that's going to make hardly a dent in the 165,000 classrooms. Ang iniisip ko kasi, kailangan yata may panibago tayong ideya. Hindi ko alam kung naabutan pa ninyo, medyo bata-bata pa kayo sa amin. Pero nung panahon kasi nung tatay ko, nadatnan rin niya yung napakalaking gap ng schoolrooms. At dahil dito, there was a new technology for prefabricated school buildings. I'm wondering if it's not time to do the same thing, to embark on another large school building program with up-to-the-minute modern building technology that will bring the cost down, the time will be shortened, and we can actually access loans already for a school building program. Kasi kung ganito ng ganito, hindi na natin mahahabol to forever.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we've already talked to DPWH and we asked them to consider, and this is through their Bureau of Designs, this new type of way of building the classrooms, prefabricated. So we're awaiting the...
Actually, hindi po nyo yan eh. Yun dati eh. Kaya alam, bumalik tayo sa luma eh.
Opo. And just to make a significant stride on the school buildings program, while we cannot address the shortage in the medium term, Madam Chair, Your Honor, the DepEd, as approved by the Vice President, is we will focus on the medium term, at least to ensure that every learner is to be put on a regular classroom. Because based on our statistics on the ground, 1,004,000 students are being taught in makeshift temporary learning spaces and literally in open spaces. So from this date until 2028, I think we will be able to cover and make sure that every student will be put on a regular classroom. And moving forward on the long-term objective, all school buildings that will be put up will always be multi-story. No, we will minimize the one-story building because this is to be able to maximize the buildable spaces. There is also absence of buildable spaces as we move around. In fact, in Region 4 and NCR and some areas in Cebu City, wala na pong buildable space. So all that we will be putting up will be multi-stories, and the new legacy projects that will start in 2024 is to put up mid to high-rise buildings in areas where it is highly populated, highly urbanized cities, and areas where it is a catchment area of other adjacent LGUs.
Yes, which will once again require different technology from what we're using now, which is very old-fashioned traditional building. So perhaps we have to move on construction standards as well. And we'd be grateful for any information you could give us, given, as I said, that we have not been able to break down the actual numbers. And we'd be really cheered to hear that we can finally put an end to outdoor classrooms and multi-grade classrooms and such like. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we will advise also DPWH on the proposed way or new designs, doing way of constructing our classrooms.
So let's go now to the Minority Floor Leader. Senator Coco Pimentel, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Can I start with the 150 million confidential funds for the DepEd? Is this still in the budget of the DepEd?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, Yusek Poa will answer the question.
Isaac Poa.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Yes, sir, it's still in the budget proposal of DepEd.
Can the DepEd also, just like the OVP, can the DepEd live without this budget?
Yes, Your Honor, but of course, this will make our jobs easier also in protecting our learners and teachers as well as our non-teaching personnel if we had those funds, Your Honor.
The total budget of the DepEd is it claimed to be already sufficient for all your needs or kulang pa?
Sa totoo lang po, kulang pa if we were to base it on the original proposal that we submitted, Your Honor, to the DBM prior to the NEP.
Which is what amount?
Around 953 billion, Your Honor, yung ating submission under sa DBM. But then prior to the NEP, after the budget deliberations, we recalibrated po our proposal, and it was and then we ended up with the NEP now, which is 756.85 billion, Your Honor.
Yung 953 ba, DepEd and attached agencies na yan?
Hindi po.
DepEd
Sa ano
lang?
pa lang po. DepEd pa lang po.
Itong 756, DepEd lang din po ito?
Yes po.
So, ano ang kasama sa proposal na pinakatinamaan because the entire 953 billion was not approved?
Isa po sa proposal, Your Honor, yung ating, of course, yung new construction. Ang original proposal po kasi natin dyan ay 86 billion. Binaba natin ngayon to 19.697 billion. Isa pa po yung ating school furniture na noon ang unang proposal po natin ay 2.4 billion, binaba na po natin sa 44 million. At meron din po tayo sa school-based feeding program. Ang initial po kasi na gusto natin, may universal tayo at least kahit sa K-3, Key Stage 1. Ang ginawa po natin, from 70 billion po yung original proposal, binaba po natin ng 11.7 billion. Hindi na po siya universal for K-3, doon lang tayo sa severely wasted and wasted for K-6. Pero in-extend naman po natin, even with the 11.7 billion, to 220 days yung feeding natin from the current 120 days, Your Honor.
So, si Yusek po, Madam Chairperson, already identified parang 3 very important or flagship programs of the DepEd na which are not fully funded because DBM did not approve the entirety of your request. So, logic tells us na if you can live without the 150 million pesos in confidential fund, then maybe we can give that amount to these 3 programs na which are sorely lacking in funds, di ba? 150 million pesos at 2.5 million pesos per classroom would be actually contribute 60 classrooms. Not bad. Ano yung Yusek Bawa? Not bad.
Your Honor, as the Vice President always says, no, we defer, the DepEd also defers to the wisdom of Congress pagdating po sa larangan ng ating confidential funds. But the reason why we made the request was because, syempre po, with our mandate of providing accessible, equitable, quality basic education, kasama po doon yung pag-provide din natin ng safe and enabling environment. And really the threats nowadays, whether it be recruitment or drug-related activities, it's quite alarming in our schools. And that's why we requested for the confidential funds para naman po makatulong tayo sa prevention, of course, in coordination rin, lalong-lalo na sa response with law enforcement agencies, pagdating po sa response sa mga ganyan. But these really happen. If I may just very, very quickly, the numbers, for example, for recruitment, 12.3% of the those who surrendered 2016 to 2020 were minors, 12 to 17 years old. In fact, we have information that 16 schools just within Metro Manila are involved in recruitment activities. These are public high schools po. We also have information that for drug-related, for example, 5,358 minors were involved. And just July 2022 to July 2023, 871 minors were rescued. Ito po yung talagang mga threats that are present in our schools that affect our learners, our teachers, non-teaching personnel. Kaya po tayo nagmungkahi ng confidential funds, Your Honors.
Can you just give this representation the source of your figures? Who gave you those figures?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige, para lang ma-note namin.
Opo. As for the recruitment po, yung ating 12.3% na sinasabi kanina na minors na nag-surrender, that is from the East Mindanao Command. Yung pong nasasabi nating public high schools in Metro Manila, galing po siya sa NICA. Yun pong namang criminal activities, specifically drugs, ay galing sa PDEA. Meron din tayong gangsterism, which is a DepEd, DepEd info, which is 6,000 incidents of school violence reported per year. There's also reports of sexual exploitation that we are working now with, and we are working now with the Council for the Welfare of Children, Your Honor.
Sige po. Basta for the longest time, ang DepEd wala namang confidential funds, and then yung mga, some of those problems there, matagal na rin pong existing yun. I'm sure there is a mechanism to address them, not only within DepEd, but involving other agencies already funded by the government. Anyway, that's my point, Mr. President. Ngayon, Madam Chair, now let me go to the 2.4 billion Dell laptop purchase case. I think the Ombudsman already acted on this and preventively suspended some of DepEd's personnel and some sa PSDBM, siguro yung iba doon. But what lesson have we learned from this contract or transaction or incident so that it will not be repeated anymore in the future?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, Yusek Romero of the Legal Strand will answer the question.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. In response to the query of the good senator, among others, the Department of Education already conducts the procurement of our DepEd computerization program in-house, Your Honor. In the case cited by the good senator, the procurement therein was delegated to the PSDBM. Among others, if I may continue, the department, through the Vice President, issued Department Order Number 1 earlier this year, by which a specific procurement strand was created. Prior to said issuance, procurement was undertaken by the administration strand, Your Honor. So this was seen as a failure to focus on the requirements of the department in its procurement activities. So with that, we now have a specific and dedicated procurement strand headed by Undersecretary Chan. And for this reason, said strand is able to focus on the procurement reforms required within the department. Thank you, Your Honor.
But DepEd will still avail of some of the services of PSDBM?
I believe so, Your Honor, for the reason that PSDBM is mandated as the central procuring entity for common use supplies and equipment. Until the law on that changes, Your Honor, we will continue to get our regular CSEs from bond paper, pens, and other regular items needed for the conduct of daily operations of all government agencies. However, while the procurement law has provisions on the engagement of procurement agents, whereby a procuring entity unable to conduct the procurement internally may do so by engaging the PSDBM, current policy of the department is to refrain from doing procurement through procurement agents, and we are doing so everything internally. I believe there are also proposals to increase the number of our bids and awards committees so that we are able to undertake all procurement requirements by the central offices internally, as well as
that would be the direction now of the department as much as possible.
Madam Chair, yes, Your Honor, there is a USEC for procurement. Do you agree with the USEC for the legal strand? USEC Chan.
Legal ba si,
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, so USEC Chan is for our procurement strand. Sige.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the direction now of the DepEd to as much as possible procure all of your needs, including the daily supplies needs?
For daily supplies, we follow the procurement with the PSDBM
Still,
since it is a CSE. But for non-common use supplies, as mentioned by Yusek Omar, it will be done by the DepEd itself.
Yes, okay. So, tama naman po yan para, kasi ang nangyari dito, andito nga yung expert sa tabi ko eh. Ito yung, siya may alam ng lahat dito po. Our chair of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, alam niya lahat ito. Ang nakuha ng DepEd is laptops which you did not even need or request because iba yung specs na dumating sa inyo. So ang question ko to our Vice President, who is now the Secretary of the Department of Education, are we interested in recovering the amount that we have paid for this, for the laptops which were not compliant with the basic specifications even requested by the agency? Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we will discuss this with the Office of the Solicitor General, who will be the lawyer for any case filed by the Department of Education. Thank you.
Pabulin natin. Kasi, ano pong feedback natin sa mga recipients na binigyan natin? Ginagamit ba nila o hindi ginagamit dahil kahit gusto gamitin, hindi naman kaya nung capacity yung dapat paggamitan?
Field. Yusek Escobedo will answer the question.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yung laptops na binili from the DBMPS, most of them have complaints about yung speed of the laptop. So, yung iba ginagamit and yung marami hindi na magamit.
Yung gumagamit, reklamo pa rin kasi nga hindi nga up to specs eh. So anyway, I just want the Secretary, our Vice President, to hear my theory or my position that the entire contract was void because what you ordered minimum specs eh. What was delivered was even below the minimum specifications that you ordered. So that's really a void contract. And kung void, the legal implication is magsaulian, balik. But these are, in my opinion, these are two independent actions. Magsaulian ng laptop, pero magsaulian din ng pera. And we should be able to require the supplier to return the amount that we have paid for the laptops. And then, best effort naman tayo, sauli na rin yung nakuha natin for the amount because it's really not up to specs. And what's the point in spelling out minimum specifications or minimum requirements and then accept delivery below the minimum?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, before the Vice President answer, perhaps the good minority leader should give deference to whatever the Ombudsman is trying to investigate right now, and moving forward to perhaps what the Sandigan Bayan. Otherwise, we will be jumping the gun on any decision that would be forthcoming. So, Madam Chair, with all due respect to the question of the minority leader, perhaps we should not jump the gun on whatever will be coming out in the proceedings from the Ombudsman.
Well, Madam Chair, the Secretary was ready to answer. And then the Ombudsman and Sandigan Bayan cases would be on the criminal liabilities of these people. Are they going to jail or not? Ang tanong ko lang, what is the position of the department on this particular issue? Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, we take note of the advice of the Honorable Senator Pimentel with regard to the cases, and we are fully cooperating with the investigations of the Ombudsman and the COA because we requested a fraud audit last year when we learned of the problems with the laptops. We are also closely coordinating with the Commission on Audit with regard to the fraud audit.
Basta isang naalala ko lang dun sa insidente na ito kasama sa consortium na nagbid dahil magsusupply ng laptop is a construction company. I mean, does that even sound logical, Madam Chair? Anyway, that's not a question. Ano lang po yun, observation. The COA also pointed out some unauthorized bank accounts. Is this correct? Is there a COA finding like this, 362 million pesos? Can we get more information on why they existed in the first place, and then where did the amounts or the money come from? What were they supposed to be for?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, Yusek Powa will answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honor, as to the question on the alleged unauthorized bank accounts, we just looked into this, and we were told that these unauthorized accounts were initially tagged unauthorized kasi hindi makita ng COA yung legal basis for the existence of those accounts. Since during the audit, pinakitaan na po sila ng aming finance team ng either MOA or deeds of donation o kung anumang dokumento that bears the reason para dun sa mga accounts na yun. These are actually dormant accounts na karamihan, and we are now in the process of closing down those accounts, Your Honor. So we are just reconciling now. We will be happy to also furnish the committee with a more detailed report on these accounts before the plenary, Your Honor, para mas maintindihan din po natin.
Tsaka para hindi na rin namin itanong doon kasi
Yes, Your Honor.
na-explain na pala.
Yes, Your Honor.
So around 362 million pesos.
Nasa ganun po.
Na-dormant pa. Tapos bubuhayin natin yung account, din surrender natin sa treasury yung halaga. Is that the overall plan?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Saan kaya galing ito?
Iba-iba daw pong may mga MOA daw kasi yung mga previous administrations with several entities, whether it be a partnership na may nagdo-donate, kasi usual naman po talaga may nagdo-donate sa DepEd. So we are now identifying all those, and we will submit a detailed report before the plenary para po hindi na to maging issue sa atin.
Sige po, opo.
Thank you po.
Meron din pong issue, tama po ba to na deductions have been made already from the salaries of our teachers to represent GSIS premiums and payments to GSIS loans, and yet the department did not or failed to remit the amounts deducted from the teacher salaries to the GSIS. Is this also correct?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, Yusek Powa will answer the question.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, usual po na nangyayari yan. That's why ang ginagawa po namin ngayon, I came from the GSIS actually prior to joining DepEd. Marami po talagang agencies na nahihirapan mag-remit, whether it be siguro hindi po nagmamatch yung sistema ng agency sa sistema ng GSIS. So right now, we have been having monthly meetings with GSIS. There's an ongoing reconciliation with the premiums as well as the loan remittances para po ma-clean out natin. Minsan po kasi nagre-remit si agency pero sa GSIS wala pa po yung pangalan ng mismong miyembro na yon. So nalalaglag, nagkakaroon ng mga clarificatory items. So right now, Your Honor, we are in the process of reconciliation with the GSIS. We do it regularly. So we hope to reduce, if not eradicate, the amounts for reconciliation, Your Honor.
Because the amount which was given to me is 4.4 billion pesos. So marami-rami pong apektado rito. How many people po ito?
Opo, I do not have the information
Must
right
be
now.
in the
Pero marami
tens of
po.
thousands?
Yes, marami po. In fact,
Hundreds of thousands?
yes, I cannot give you a ballpark right now, Your Honor, but in fact, I remember when I was in GSIS, there was also a MOA with DepEd for payment of yung mga nauna na, no, from the 1990s. So sa ngayon, pinagpapatuloy lang namin yung reconciliation noon para malaman kung totoo bang hindi na-remit or na-remit pero nagkaroon lang ng problema in both agencies kaya nalaglag yung bayad, but the money is floating somewhere within the GSIS account. So yan po ay inaayos na po natin sa ngayon, Your Honor.
No, but I'm worried, Madam Secretary, Madam Vice President, kung sabi ni Yusek Powa, since the 1990s. So, this is a 20 to 30-year-old occurrence or problems, and we have not been able to solve it. Is this a software problem? Is this a reporting problem? Is this a hardware problem? Or is this a syndicate problem? Magti 30 years na po, hindi natin alam anong punot dulo.
Your Honor, if I may just, Madam Chair, Your Honor, if I may just clarify. So yung kinukwento ko po kanina was when I was in GSIS, meron pa kasing mga utang yung DepEd sa GSIS noon. So there was a MOA, a tripartite with DBM, GSIS, and DepEd kung saan binayaran na po ng DBM yung mga remittances that time. Ngayon, going forward, kaya po may ganyan pa rin tayong 4.4 billion. It's another case, pero it seems to be a system problem. For example, pagdating sa remittances, may mga timing difference yan. Nakapag-remit na po yung DepEd ng remittance for a certain employee, Pero since bago yung employee, wala pa sa system ng GSIS, so nalalaglag yung payment. This is something that GSIS and both GSIS and DepEd are aware of, and we're trying to already, that's why we have these alignment meetings monthly para makita saan
And you have
exactly.
been aware of this since what year? Sige nga, pakisabi po. DepEd and GSIS have been aware of this problem since blank year. Anong year? Tell me.
Your Honor, I apologize, but I cannot say for sure, but at least on this administration's part, when we entered in July, we started having meetings with the GSIS.
And are you sure, Yusek Powa, that only the new hires are affected?
We are currently checking that right now, Your Honor, and we are making it, titingnan natin kung
Wala
sino
kayong
yung...
feedback? As of now, wala pa hanggang ngayon, wala kayong feedback? Sino apektado dito sa mga glitches na ito? Or let's say, just call them glitches para walang bad faith involved. Let's say glitches. System glitches.
Yes po, meron po tayong feedback.
You cannot say na only the new hires kasi may sinabi ka kanina mga bago eh. Kaya nami-mislead din po ako eh.
Opo. Definitely hindi lang po to limited sa new hires, Your Honor.
Anyway, yung mga computerization sometimes naging ano rin eh, naging hindi rin nakatulong eh. Well, at any rate, at least we're aware, no? At least, yeah, and we thank COA for bringing this to our attention. And how about this 10.1 billion unliquidated cash advances? Is that also in a COA report?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung 10 billion pertain to cash advances mostly sa ating regional offices. As reported by the regional offices and division offices, itong 10 billion was attributable doon sa mga advances na ginawa for the service recognition incentive. Liquidation lang naman yung kailangan po dito. As of today, nababa na po yung 10 billion to 4 billion and ongoing pa rin po yung pagliliquidate. We hope to be able to resolve the issue as soon as possible, Your Honor.
So 10, okay, you're able, so mabilis yun ha? I mean, that's, because this is a recent COA report eh. So 10 billion dun sa report.
Yes po.
Now you're telling us as of this very date, running balance ng unliquidated cash advances would be 4 billion, in the vicinity of 4 billion.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So there's a big chance baka maayos nyo nga po ito. With the permission of our chairperson, ano lang po, may konti na lang po akong yung mga nag-spike po na budgets, tatanungin ko lang po, school-based feeding program from 5.6 billion this year, tama po ba yun, to an 11.7 billion in the 2024 NEP, possibly also in the GAA. Why this more than 100% increase? I will answer, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, I directed Yusek Powa and the finance strand of the Department of Education to increase the budget in the school-based feeding program. Yusek Powa will answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yung reason po ng spike natin from 5.6 to 11.7 is basically to extend po yung feeding days natin from the current 120 to 220 days. Nakikita po kasi natin na from the 120 days, there's a tendency na bumalik yung mga bata to being wasted or severely wasted. So, in-extend lang po natin siya.
Same coverage.
Yes, Your Honor, 1.6 million learners approximately.
Just for the record, that program, that shorter period was implemented even before this term, no? And because I know the public is always asking, syempre papayat ulit kung ganun lang ka-limited yung time, no? But that's not on this administration. That was a practice due to the limited funds. And it really didn't make that much sense, Your Honor, because if the parents are incapable of keeping up the nutritional supplementation, di ba papayat din ulit yung bata dahil kulang yung kanyang caloric intake.
To 200, 220 days.
So we welcome that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we have studied this school-based feeding program, and the effectivity, the usage of funds are well proven, well documented naman. The effectivity, those fed 120 days, kumusta naman sila?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, Asek Galban will answer the question.
Thank you very much for the question. In terms of the feedback, we were able to actually survey our learners in terms of what they felt and experienced as part of the school-based feeding program, wherein 57% noted that they became more enthusiastic and energetic, 52% gained weight during the program, 45% improved their body condition, 51% had strengthened immunity, and 37% became more eager to participate in their modules. And we're able to track also the number of repeaters, and we've seen over the past few years, they've been getting smaller, although of course the progress is delayed by the fact that we are stopping the feeding program after about 4 months. Hence the daunting move of the Department of Education to expand the feeding program to 220 days.
So these are, yes.
Mr. Chair, you've exceeded, but I'm hoping that there will be more time in the end because the others are not really going to ask questions.
Okay po, ito na, let me just telegraph na lang one topic na the textbook and parang learning materials budget also spiked from less than 1 billion, 998 million yan, to 12 billion pesos. Can we know why? Is this a total overhaul or reprinting or reproduction of our learning materials and textbooks?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, we have a correction with the number of days of the feeding program because we submitted the budget before we did the school calendar of school year 2024 to 2023 to 2024. Yes. So this is we only have 188 school days for this school year, and that will be covered. The school-based feeding program will cover the 188 school days. Yes, thank you. With regard to the textbooks, Yusek Gonong will answer the question.
Thank you, Ma'am VP. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Your Honor, the spike in the budget for textbooks and learning resources is because we're implementing the new curriculum in 2024. So we're procuring more textbooks. Thank you.
Procuring more textbooks, but existing textbooks are rendered ineffective.
No,
useless.
no, Your Honor. We can still use those textbooks if we can map them with the competencies in the new curriculum.
Napansin ko lang, Madam Chair, mathematically speaking, times 12. And then times 12 ang budget niya. And then when we mention a new curriculum, we are only limiting ourselves to the K to 10. Yun lang naman ang in-announce din ninyo na mayroon ng new curriculum eh. Sa 11 to 12, under review pa. Tapos may EDCOM pa, EDCOM 2. Hindi pa natin hinintay ang inputs ng EDCOM 2, which are also potential curriculum changing recommendations. So I do not know, Madam Chair, if it is wise for us to spend this much amount for and then fix the concepts, fix already the text of our learning materials, and yet come 1 or 2 years down the road, we might be needing to change them again because of the EDCOM 2 recommendations. Well, at any rate, siguro, if I can just ask a position paper, Madam Chair, if the DepEd can defend the times 12, the 12 billion budget for the textbook and learning materials, in spite of my manifestation that there's an EDCOM 2, and then etc. So in writing na lang po kasi I will give my colleagues the chance to also ask questions.
And we encourage our colleagues to request for whatever materials they need because I will follow up with DepEd on those para before the plenary session masatisfy yung senator sa answer. Otherwise, we'll have the same discussion in plenary. Okay?
Can I have a quick response, Madam Chair?
You may.
Your Honor, the computation for textbooks is 1:1. Okay, so 1 textbook per learner. And then we also received the recommendations from EDCOM, and we addressed them in the revision of the curriculum. Thank you.
Is that confirmed by EDCOM 2 already gave formal recommendations?
I think it's if within those, I think it's with regard to the K-10 program, Your Honors. That's how I knew about it.
Okay pa, anyway, siguro as a senator naman, we will await the formal report of the EDCOM 2. Tingnan natin kung magmamatch nga. Sige. Sige po, that is
Do
the
that.
input from Yusek Gonong. But at any rate, the chairperson has given me a note na time's up. Okay, so I yield back to our chairperson.
And hopefully, we will have more time in the end for his honor to do more follow-up questions. Okay, the next person on the list is actually Senator Marcos, but she stepped away. So after Senator Ontiveros, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, Senator Ontiveros, and then Senator Gatchalian, you're next.
Salamat, Madam Chair, and maayong hapon sa liwat, Madam VP. Secretary also. Secretary, Madam Chair, the DepEd has been allocated, following the line of questioning of the Minority Leader, has been allocated confidential funds amounting to 150 million pesos. The present-day Department of Education was eventually mandated through Republic Act 9155, otherwise known as the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001, which establishes the mandate of this agency. So ano pong mga probisyon nitong RA number 9155 ang nag-authorize ng intelligence collection efforts ng DepEd, Madam Chair?
Yes, in a gist, the mandate of the Department of Education is to provide accessible, equitable, and quality basic education, which necessarily includes a safe and enabling learning environment for learners and safe space for teaching and non-teaching personnel of the Department of Education inside our schools.
So dito po sa providing accessible and the other adjectives of the kind of quality education at saka yung creating the safe environment, dito hinuhugot ng DepEd yung mandate even for intelligence collection efforts, Madam Chair?
Yes, we want to provide a safe and enabling learning environment primarily to our learners, but of course as safe spaces as well for our teaching and non-teaching personnel of the Department of Education. As cited earlier, we have data of the recruitment of minors in insurgency, in violent extremism. We have data on gangsterism in our schools. We are currently working with another government agency with regard to employees' email accounts, DepEd employees' email accounts that are involved in child pornography, and among others, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I-follow up ko yung puntong iyon about recruitment. But before that, earlier, Madam Secretary, we asked some questions about the confidential funds of the OVP. Similarly, aling mga mandates ng DepEd yung masusuportahan nung aforementioned allocation ng confidential funds?
Your Honor, again, it's providing a safe and enabling learning environment for our learners and safe spaces for teaching and non-teaching Department of Education personnel.
Salamat, Madam Secretary. But again, similar sa isang observation ko sa hearing natin kanina on the OVP budget, may mga secondary mandates or not even mandates, requirements para sa operations, whether ng isang office o ng isang department, that are more properly generated and provided by other more qualified, dun sa aspetong iyon, more qualified na ahensya ng gobyerno. Under that principle of complementarity of operations ng napakaraming departments at offices at agencies sa ating gobyerno. In any case, Madam Secretary, in general terms, sa aling mga subjects o sa aling mga entities magfo-focus ang DepEd sa kanyang surveillance o intelligence gathering efforts? At anong intelligence tungkol sa mga subjects na ito ang ire-require ng DepEd?
Your Honor, this will be directed in the anti-insurgency, in the anti-terrorism and violent extremism, with regard to pornography, child pornography, drugs cases, criminality, and gangsterism, as well as other sexual exploitation complaints and reports.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So dito, makakabalik nga ako dun sa una niyong binanggit tungkol sa recruitment. So kung ganito po yung mga sinasabing magiging subject ng surveillance or intelligence gathering, anong magdidistinguish sa efforts ng DepEd in this regard dun sa mga ginagawa na ng AFP, PNP, NICA, NTF-ELCAC at yung iba nating mga security agencies?
Yes, we have a different mandate from the other government agencies. Basically, theirs is very broad. Department of Education is very specific. We target our learners, our teaching and non-teaching DepEd personnel.
Madam Sec, I appreciate yung pagdidistinguish nyo sa mandates, but on the contrary, I would say, dahil DepEd budget ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, sa usapin ng edukasyon, ang may broad mandate ay yung DepEd. At yung may specific, mamaya itatanong ko nga kasi specialized or niche mandate, ay yung mga security agencies. So yes, different mandates, pero yung may broad mandate sa edukasyon in general would be DepEd, and yung specific would be those security agencies. And tinatanong ko po ito because it seems na yung pag-generate ng useful intelligence ay napaka-specialized, even niche na professional activity. At para makuha itong useful intelligence, kailangan may kahit papanong control mula dun sa end user or users as to anong intelligence yung kinakailangan. Tapos yung information, kailangan kolektahin nga sa iba't ibang sources, kailangan siyang i-collate, kailangan i-analyze, tapos gagawin siya into yung intelligence na eventually i-disseminate dun sa end user. Tulad ng in this case, DepEd, end user. Hindi yung generator, pero yung end user. So the cycle can begin again. At kaya nga, nabanggit ko rin kanina umaga, kaya nga this process, commonly referred to siya as the intelligence cycle. So in what ways po itong mga requirements, itong mga steps sa intelligence cycle, in what ways ito ma-share o maka-coordinate, halimbawa kahit sa OVP, as well as ma-share o maka-coordinate dun ulit sa NICA, sa PNP, sa AFP, sa NTF-ELCAC, para ma-reduce yung duplication of efforts?
Yes. Your Honor, I did not say broad mandate in education. I said broad mandate in their specific function of surveillance. The other government agencies, particularly PDEA, PNP, AFP, they have a very broad mandate. They do not focus on basic education, the learners, and the teaching and non-teaching personnel of the Department of Education. On the other hand, the Department of Education, we are present, we are there hand in hand with the learners and our teaching and non-teaching personnel. We are very specific in our surveillance that we only conduct it in our schools. And of course, if the illegal activity involves learners of our schools or teachers of our schools, but it happens outside of the school. As to your other question, Your Honor, with regard to the processing of intelligence information, you are correct. This is precisely the reason why we hired security consultants in the Department of Education, wherein our field operations directly coordinate with our two security consultants, and these two security consultants liaise with the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines and other law enforcement agencies with regard to actionable intelligence information.
Salamat, Madam Secretary. So I stand corrected. Ang sinabi ng Good Secretary ay yung may broad mandate dito sa surveillance, etc. ay yung mga intelligence and securities agencies. Pero sinasabi nyo pa rin na may specific mandate kahit sa intelligence at surveillance na yon, yung DepEd. So even as I stand corrected, I would still aver na in terms of the intelligence collection and collation, analysis, and turning into useful intelligence, I would even say na even that, kahit sa context ng educational sector or system na pinamumunuan ng DepEd, still remains with the intelligence and security agencies. Dahil kahit sa paghawak at paggamit, kaninang umaga sinabi ng Good Secretary, Vice President na yung VP SPG nag-a-adjust depende sa intelligence na ibinibigay sa kanya and gumagawa ng rekomendasyon sa OVP. In the same way, I would still aver na if we leave intelligence to the experts, kahit sa loob ng DepEd, nananatili siyang intelligence user. Pero yung nag-generate ng intel is still yung mga intel agencies natin. And lalo na po, when yung sinasabi ng Good Secretary na activities or groups na sinosurveil are doing their activities outside the schools. So lalo nang outside the physical spaces ng education system, lalo nang ang whether broad or specific mandate ay nananatiling yung mayroon talagang intel mandate sa ating bansa, sa ating gobyerno. At ito yung mga intelligence agencies and not DepEd itself, except as an intelligence user sa tail end ng intelligence cycle. Madam Chair, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Yes, you can aver, and we take note of your assertion, Madam, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Moving on to some general questions tungkol sa enrollment rate. While the department is pushing for the improvement of quality of education, it's concerning that we are failing to reach the 100% enrollment rate of the 28.8 million school-age population, one of DepEd's most fundamental goals. Hindi po ba ito yung first test of education leadership? Makakapasok lahat, walang batang maiiwan tulad sa video kanina. So kung ganun pa rin, anong strategies ang pinaplano ng DepEd para ma-implementa yung prevention ng bilang na ito from dropping further? Madam Chair.
Yes, Yusek Poa will answer the question.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, as to the enrollment rate, if I may just start with baka po kasi misleading rin yung current number of enrollees natin sa ngayon. Last year po kasi 28.4 tayo. Of course, we're also targeting to be within that range for this year. Today, if I'm not mistaken, nasa 25.2 million po yung enrollees natin. But we feel or we are of the position that this might just be a timing difference. Kasi po karamihan po sa atin, mahilig sa last day, kumbaga, hindi pa nag-e-enroll. At ang nangyayari, pag pumapasok na po yung bata sa school, dun lang nako-confirm yung enrollment po nila, and it takes time for the schools to encode and transmit to the central office. So we are observing for another week or two just to see po kung ano ang datos natin. But we usually, ang last day po ng enrollment natin for late enrollees are within the month of September. But we will hopefully, Your Honors, even before the plenary, we can at least give you an updated report on what is indicatively our enrollment for this year. Secondly, doon naman po sa overall efforts, as you know, school-based feeding program is actually one of the ways na hindi napapansin, pero ito yung ways to prevent yung ating mga dropouts. Kasi maraming nagda-drop out dahil kailangan magtrabaho, walang makain, no? So yung pag binibigyan natin ng pagkain yung bata, it also helps encourage the families na i-enroll yung mga bata. It also improves not only academic performance but improves enrollment rates. Another would be yung ALS natin, yung Alternative Learning System. Ang ginagawa naman po dyan, basta yung age-appropriate pa na ALS learner, once mapasok po siya sa ALS, ini-encourage nating mabalik sa formal schooling system. So these are the two programs. Of course, we will not stop there. We are still monitoring kung ano ba talaga yung mga reasons ng mga dropouts natin at unti-unti tayong mag-cultivate ng mga programs targeted towards that, Your Honor. Thank you po.
Thank you rin, Yusek. I have a couple of questions also about the school-based feeding program sa patapos ng interpellation ko sa budget ng department. Moving on to the blended learning program, Madam Chair, during the 2024 DepEd budget deliberation at the House of Representatives, you stated that DepEd is pursuing another track to improve basic education, that the department wants to institutionalize the blended learning program and are eyeing to leverage technology in pursuit of this plan. So, kung ganon, with that pronouncement in mind, pwede po bang malaman yung rationale sa likod ng 2.45 billion peso decrease sa computerization program budget? Kasi kung naghahanap po tayo ng heavier dependence and reliance sa ICT para i-improve yung delivery of basic education, bakit hindi ito nagtutugma sa trend ng budget allocation at tila may dissonance sa pagitan ng pronouncements at saka budget allocation, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, Yusek Powa will answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Dun po sa tanong kung bakit bumaba pa yung computerization program budget natin, it's because actually mataas po yung initial proposal niya, no? Pero this year, we still have yung ating 2022 continuing funds na hindi pa po nagamit kasi hindi na po tayo bumili ng karagdagang laptops last year. So this year po, ang binibili natin ay mga tinatawag na e-learning carts, yung pong may laman na 46 units ng laptop for each cart. At yun po ay nasimulan lang natin this year. In fact, this year's budget, if I'm not mistaken, is around 16 billion just for DCP. So minarapat po namin na 8 billion po muna yung i-propose natin just to ensure na ma-utilize muna natin lahat ng budget natin this year kasi kahit po yung 2023 may tendency na maging continuing fund siya for next year. But of course, best efforts is ma-procure po natin, ma-obligate at ma-disperse lahat ng DCP funds natin this year. And then 8 billion for next year, which we feel will be sufficient. And then from there, we will again strategize, see if there is a need for more budget, basing on our absorptive capacity to also procure these items. And we will propose accordingly during the next budget cycle, Your Honor.
Pero Yusek, kung i-combine yung continuing funds nyo 2022, tapos yung 8B, sasapat na yon para i-cover yung gastos nyo dapat sa computerization program sa susunod na taon, 2024?
At to be honest, hindi pa po natin mako-cover talaga lahat ng schools, Your Honor. But since ngayon namin i-roll out itong e-learning card, sa totoo lang, it's really more of an exercise of fiscal responsibility. Gusto nating makita muna kung talagang ano ba yung timeline pag-procure. And then we were, to be honest, a bit conservative with the 8 billion for next year. But based on our performance in terms of budget utilization dyan sa DC program this year and next year, we will propose an appropriate budget, Your Honor, going forward.
At pag sinabi nyo, Yusek, na mas gusto nyo makita muna, so may pagka, ano bang term na yon? Pag nagro-roll out but on a trial basis, just missing. Not exactly Pilot, opo. May pagka-pilot po ba yung computerization program as of next year? And kung ganon, anong percentage ng mga eskwelahan sa basic education level ang tina-target ng department ma-cover na?
Thank you. We can say that in a way, Your Honor, because di ba dati po ang binibili natin laptops for teachers, no? Even laptops for non-teaching personnel. Ngayon lang talaga magpo-full-blown tayo sa e-learning cards. Although there were schools, I understand from the previous years na nabigyan ng e-learning cards as a test. Ngayon po lang tayo kumbaga ito na yung direction natin na mag-e-learning cards tayo. For the specific numbers, if I may just pass you on to the USEC for admin who will have the base, kasi siya po yung USEC for IT also, he will have at least the deliverables in terms of the e-learning cards, Your Honor.
Thank you, USEC. Madam Chair, kung maaari yung isang USEC.
Sige, go ahead. Is it
Yes,
Yusek?
Yusek Mempin.
Mempin, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honor, actually, Your Honor, for 2022, we have actually, for 22 and 23, we have 6,416 e-learning cards, consists of 295,136 laptops. Then, actually, aside from the e-learning card for the high school, we are giving also smart TV packages for our elementary schools, which consists of 2,985 smart TV packages, consists of 14,925 smart TV. Also, for 22 and 2023, we are also giving 60,110 laptops for teachers and 10,719 laptops for the non-teaching, because the Department of Education downloaded some of the ancillary tasks from our teachers to the admin officer and PDO personnel. So that's for the 2022 and 2023 budget, and for 2024 NEP, or our proposed budget, we are targeting to provide 1,410 e-learning card, consists of 64,860 laptops, and also 5,818 smart TV packages, with 34,500 laptops for teachers, and 4,001 laptop for non-teaching personnel. Actually, ma'am, if we will be asked how long we will be able to have a 1:1 ratio, for up to 2028, we actually need 181 billion to have enough laptops for our learner, teachers, and non-teaching personnel. But we have also to factor in the life of the laptops or IT, which is average 5 years, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Yusek.
Senator,
Yes, Madam Chair.
You're overtime na.
Okay. If I may just
Yes.
at least put on
Let's try
record
to
my...
have second round.
Okay, Madam Chair. Or,
Kasi we still have about 4 or 5 senators.
yes po. Or if I can just put on record my questions para rin
Of
mapag-isipan na rin ng
Kung pwede
DepEd.
mabilis lang.
Yes,
kasi
mabilis
baka
lang po.
hindi na tayo umabot pa lang sa iba na kaya
Yes.
naman.
Yes, Madam Chair, I promise. And also, okay, yung last follow-up question ko kay Yusek, maybe for answering also in the second round. So given yung mga na-provide nyo na e-learning cards, smart TV packages at saka laptops nung 2022, ngayong 2023 at balak nyo sa 2024, by 2024, ilang percent na ng mga schools natin ang na-cover? 50% na ba? 25% pa lang? 75% na ba? And then, so salamat Yusek. And Madam Chair, just for the record, yung itatanong ko na lang sa second round ay actually parang dalawang tanong na lang. Well, okay. Isa pang tanong sa blended learning program, kung nakapagkondukta ang DepEd ng study o evaluation sa readiness ng mga paaralan natin, ng mga estudyante at ng kanilang mga pamilya para sa blended learning. And then, last two questions nga dun sa school-based feeding program na tinalakay ni Yusek Powa kanina. So yung mga tanong doon, follow up sa tanong ni Minority Leader kanina, ganong ka-confident ang DepEd na ma-achieve yung mga targets at objectives niya dun sa FP sa susunod na taon? And lastly, ano yung current actions na ina-undertake ng DepEd para siguruhin na wala nang delays sa implementasyon ng feeding program at na yung pondo na i-authorize ng Kongreso ay may utilize properly para ma-achieve yung mga objective ng programs. And last of all, Madam Chair, for this first round, just to reiterate yung sinabi ko rin kaninang umaga dun sa interpellation natin sa budget ng OVP regarding intelligence, the whole intelligence cycle, starting from surveillance onward. Let's leave intel to the experts and let our offices and departments, OVP man, DepEd man, at lahat ng iba pa sa ating gobyerno, focus on their true mandates. So maraming salamat, Madam Chair, at muli, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. Please take note of those questions. No, my office will also follow up para we can give Senator Riza her responses. Just to tie in the questions also, I just need to put this on record because this is also an output of EDCOM regarding textbooks and computerization. No, what we know is, and this again is before the time of the secretary or the team. No. Since 2012, the only grade levels that had complete textbook is grade 5 and 6. And then there's a smattering of classes in grade 4 and some in grade 8 and some in grade 9 would have textbooks. Otherwise, no textbook. Ang K1, 2, 3, talagang none. Very few sa 10, and none in 7. I have a visual, no? I'm sure you're aware of this. So this is our reality, no? Dinatnan nyo na ito, walang sisihan, dinatnan nyo ito. So now, obviously, you want to have a bigger textbook budget, but the textbook budget that you're referring to, which is 12 billion, is only meant to cover grades 2, 3, K1, 4, and 7. For this year's, for 2024 implementation, which means grade 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9, and 10, wala pa sila sa schedule ng implementation ng books because this is a staggered implementation. So in the meantime, walang books to. Module, precisely why you probably were saying we have to resort to blended learning and so on and so forth. So this is where the proposal I gave during the briefing that we had is that you should really study at this point the option of digitalizing these books. And the answer, I know you said you've already started the discussions, and the initial concerns are yung copyright nila and how they will be compensated. But these are obstacles that we need to find solutions to because at the end of the day, it is also a sustainable model dahil yung papel, hindi tayo gagastos ng papel. Number 2, yung error should be easier to change digitally and the corrections and editing should be much faster. So baka between now and the budget season, the sessions on the floor, baka we can have faster we can move forward because there's no physical way na kahit doblehin yata yung budget nyo, hindi nyo mafa-fast track yung textbook. So ganun din eh. And yet yung sa uploading sa mga very basic na tablets, baka mas mura pa. So you can reply, you don't have to reply. There might be similar questions. I just wanted to put that out there to add to the questions that were already asked.
Yes,
Sure,
Madam Chair,
VP.
may we request a 10-minute health break? We will
Actually,
answer the questions.
I was about to say, in the interest of time, anybody can step up and go to the restroom if you're willing to continue. Pero if you all just want to take a break, of course, you're entitled to have a break.
Yes,
So
just 5 minutes because
Okay.
it will be me and Yusek
the
Poa.
two
Yes.
answering. Okay,
Yes,
of
thank
course.
you.
Of course. So a few minutes suspension. Anybody else for that matter? And pag hindi kayo tumayo ngayon, pwede pa rin kayo tumayo mamaya. Kasi okay lang sa akin yon. Basta pag kayo sa Yusek Poa, you wanted to respond to, was that to my question? Okay, or my observation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As to your observations, yes, we discussed briefly during the preliminaries na kinausap na natin no, yung mga publishers on the possibility of obtaining or procuring e-textbooks. And I do agree with you if it's a copyright issue kasi generally positive naman po yung reception eh. Copyright lang yung concern. And as lawyers, we know it can easily be packaged. So perhaps I will try to meet most, if not all of them again prior to plenary para po may mabigyan ako kahit broad stroke updates on the package, Your Honor.
And if you work well with NEDA, I can, maybe you can ask NEDA to join you because it's a sustainable effort in the future.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's NEDA who's in charge of sustainability. Of course, we all are no, in our own agencies, but NEDA I'm sure can assist.
We will do that, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Senator Gatchalian, you have the floor.
Madam
The
Chair.
chairman of our Committee on Basic Ed, who said, Madam Chair. Ay, ma'am, kayo.
Yes. Sorry. I think we need to explain further about the blended learning program. So right now, we do not have it formalized within the Department of Education. What we do is that if there is a learning disruption brought about by armed conflict, by disasters or emergencies, we do the template of the pandemic with regard to switching the learners to modules or online. But the blended learning program that is envisioned for the Department of Education as one of the tracks to solve the problems of basic education is that we need the backbone of IT. So right now, what we're doing are the e-cards. These are basically e-libraries on wheels because it would be expensive if we build the computer laboratory and then furnish it with the computers. So what we did was come up with e-cards so that the library on wheels will move from classroom to classroom instead of us looking for additional funds, building a computer laboratory. And then the other one is the online and offline platform of all the learning materials and learning resources that we need to implement a blended learning program. And then the other one is we are currently mapping out the schools with connectivity. So we target 100% connectivity for all our schools by the end of the term of President Marcos, whether by fiber or satellite or other modes of connectivity for the school, depending on the situation on the ground. And then finally, with regard to e-libraries, this is a mandate of President Marcos. He wants all the resources for basic education available online. So we are currently working on this. USEC POA did an initial meeting with the publishers. We opened to them that we want e-books. They were very positive in their response with regard to e-books. So we just need to thresh out the details and come up with a win-win solution with regard to legalities. And then we are pursuing another hindi ko kasi masabi siya dito, ma'am, kasi baka magalit yung mga publishers, pero meron kaming pinaplano na isa pa to come up with an e-library for basic education. So these are the things that we are currently working on to finally launch a proper blended learning program. But right now, what we are doing is we use the template of the pandemic, which is, we know, not enough. But we do it so that there will be no learning disruption anymore if there is a problem in the classroom or in-person classes. So, yan po yung mga ginagawa namin for blended learning. We are not ready with the correct blended learning program that we want to implement in the Department of Education. We hope to be ready next year with the phased in time for the phased implementation of the Matatag curriculum, but we will update you as we go along the months and the incoming days of this school year and during the basic education report on January. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Madam VP. Yes.
Madam Chair, in line with your permission, in line with the statement of the Vice President on schools that don't have connectivity, I'd like to know whether the DepEd has a list or database of all DepEd schools all over the country with zero connectivity, whether through fiber optic or satellite. Because in my own home province, it's so life-changing when we had installed Starlink technology in Bundok na DepEd school. Wow, you could see the faces of the children. Sa Kulasi, Sibalom, and Hamtik, and some were indigenous people's children. The others were Kasimano, Antiqueños, but you see how their lives have changed, and the teachers and principal as well. So we saw that. Perhaps we cannot cull it from the budget of DepEd, but when we look at the budget of the ICT, they should target and put in their budget learning as a priority. So if DepEd could share that with the ICT, it can be a Senate amendment to include schools with big population, learning population, but zero connectivity. I would just like to know from DepEd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Yusek Mempin can answer with regard to, when we came in, Madam Chair, Your Honor, there was a contract from the previous administration with regard to a satellite provider, but we are also coordinating with the ICT with regard to their Starlink project. Yusek Mempin can expound on the satellite connectivity of our schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honor, actually, the Department of Education, right now we have 63% internet connectivity with our elementary schools, while 71% for junior high school connectivity and 68% internet connectivity for our senior high school. But as to the specific areas without connectivity, we will submit the specific location with no internet connection at all, even with alternative mode, which is through satellite. But right now, ma'am, we have tapped the internet service of Starlink for a proof of concept, and actually we have 19 schools as pilot schools. Then we are awaiting for their official report, so that from there we could trace out how we could avail of the programs or the service of Starlink, so that we will have eventually zero internet or zero classroom interruptions, as mentioned by our Vice President and Secretary, during calamities or man-made calamities, ma'am.
Pahingi na lang po nung listahan nung zero ang connectivity para po matulungan natin. Pangalawa po, isang araw lang yung pagkabit ng Starlink. Tuwang-tuwa ako nung sa amin sa bundok at talagang life-changing. 5. But these were all personal donation ko kasi wala pa yung DICT funds for that. So what's applicable in my province could be applicable in other GIDA areas around the country. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We will submit, particularly those schools under GIDA's areas, ma'am.
Senator Angara?
Just a
Sorry,
short
ma'am.
intervention in
Yes,
Yeah, of
Madam
course, of
Chair,
course.
sorry. May I just add, we'll come up with a cleaner list because I've been asking field operations with regard to connectivity. Kasi baka naman, pag sinabi nilang doon sa field, pag sinabi nilang connectivity, internet lang para sa teachers. At hindi yung internet na ginagamit sa classroom sa pagtuturo. Gusto ko lang i-clarify yan kasi baka merong mag-comment galing sa field na yes, meron kaming connectivity pero hindi naman nagagamit sa klase. We'll come up with a cleaner list because I've been asking them to say whether the internet is available for all students or it's just available for the faculty. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Angara.
Yes, thank you. In connection with what's been said, Madam Chair, I think some very good ideas regarding the use of internet. Pero are we aiming, ma'am, for a full-time connection to the internet? Kasi sa tingin ko, what's important is there's enough time for the students to download into an e-book.
Yeah.
Just time to download their lessons. But they don't need that internet for the whole day. So if we could just be strategic kasi pag inantay natin yun and we aim for to maximize yung may internet tayo sa bawat eskwelahan, baka hindi na tayo. It's just like the classrooms will be chasing di ba? We'll forever chasing something that's moving forward ahead of us, just like classrooms, just like teachers. So we need to kind of leapfrog in a way, no? And the way I see it is, number one, yung sinabi ni Senator Lauren, yung sa free Wi-Fi. Kasi may free Wi-Fi law tayo. Why don't we ask the DICT to prioritize strategically located public schools? Para, let's say, students from a barangay na malayo, hindi na nila kailangan dun mag-aral kahit mahirap yung internet dun sa kanila. But maybe once in a week, they can go there and download their books to an e-book. And then, dun sila sa malalayong barangay nila, pero nandun na sa kanilang tablet yung ano. Of course, the problem there is yung kuryente. Pero siguro naman, pwede na silang bigyan ng chargers for that, no? So yun, dovetailing it with the free Wi-Fi law. And then also, maybe strategizing na yung internet at strategic points in time just to be able to download the lessons into the e-books. The way, di ba? Kasi devices now, you have a small Kindle or Amazon reader. You have your whole library already there, di ba? So it's practically an encyclopedia in your hands. So.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yes, the order of President Marcos is to make it available online and offline. So we are currently as well exploring technology, cloud technology. Yun yung sinasabi nila na mag-iwan lang ng cloud, tapos ina-update lang yung cloud. And from the cloud, doon sa school, gagamitin siya ng mga learners. So we are currently pursuing offline and online technology with regard to learning resources.
Madam Chair, just to put on record, Madam Chair, if I may, Madam Chair, if I may, let me just put on record, we got this from DICT. We have free public Wi-Fi sites as of April 28, 2023. We have 15 public libraries, public schools 992, SUCs, including TESDA institutions, 1,550. So right now, we have a total of 3,961 free Wi-Fi sites. But the target for the coming year is 9,612. So that's the target. Just want to put that on record. I think it would be helpful in our discussion. Thank you.
I hope narinig ni Senator Lauren yon because you wanted the list, no? Baka your office can furnish to Senator Lauren. Okay, so finally, mga 5 beses ko na tinawag si Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pwede ba?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, may I just manifest? I asked Senator Lauren and when she was done, and then now it's
There's also,
Senator.
okay,
Very
I have no
quickly.
problem, but there's a couple of other people who are I thought you were going to manifest at the end, so
Oh, at
with
the
the
end.
permission
Okay, I
of the
can wait.
others, because there's still a
No,
few
I
others.
can manifest at the end. I thought
Okay.
I didn't understand what your instructions
It's up
were.
to you guys. Oh, so lahat ng nauna, okay ba sa
birthday
inyo? May
privilege.
manifest,
Kahapon pa, pero sige, if you'll give that privilege, I will accept.
Hindi naman nakikinig yung iba. Go ahead, take it. Nagkwekwentuhan sila dun eh. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. To the Secretary, I would like to thank you, first of all, because your target for the feeding program has actually increased. The target last year was about more than 1 million, but you were actually able to feed more than 3 million. And thank you also for proposing an increased budget in the school-based feeding program, because I guess as a mother, you know that children cannot really function properly if they're hungry. Just maybe a manifestation, because this one, medyo hati yung pananaw ng mga tao. Meron po kayong instruction na wag maglagay, magpaskil, maski na ano sa mga classrooms. And I understand, kasi maraming mga politiko sa mga probinsya ang naglalagay ng kung kani-kaninong mga litrato. Pero yung mga iba naman sinasabi, baka naman pag kindergarten, pwede yung mga alphabets o kung ano man yung instructional material, yung hindi naman overpowering na nandun. Suggestion nga ni Senator Cheese, kung talagang gusto daw ng mga politiko na nandun yung mukha nila, pwede daw sila mag-post A. Nakaganon. Tapos C. No, but what I'm saying is, so to the Secretary, yung mukha ng mga politiko, no? So, maybe just clarification on that point. There are others maybe in nursery school that might benefit from that. I was wondering if the Secretary will be flexible to that. And that's all. That's all for today. Thank you for supporting the feeding program. And then maybe visual reminders in classrooms that we can clarify later on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you want to respond?
Yes, we will take note of your suggestion, Honorable Senator Grace Poe.
I knew Senator Grace Poe would mention the feeding program. No, that's really been her pet project for the whole time that she's been here. So I'll also put this on record because it's an output of EDCOM, no, and the Senate panel of EDCOM is complete. We are complete. For the first time. But let me put this. Let me put this on record. Don't mind the banters behind me. We are happy to note that the budget for the feeding program, the school-based feeding program, has been increased by a large amount. Now it's now at 11.7 billion. I think that's what Senator Grace is happy about. But we do need to point out, and ECCD is here. Dr. Inchong made a presentation to EDCOM that. And it's a given. No one here will disagree that the early years are the most important years. And to make our feeding initiative in this early stage can also spell a big difference. And the need now for the early feeding programs is at 5.5 billion to increase an already existing program that captures 209 municipalities and 1.4 almost children under 5 years old, 171,000 children 0 to 6, 6 to 23 months. I won't give the numbers, you can find it, but including also pregnant women. And all of this we will practically double with a 5.5 billion. So I will ask Madam VP for you to confer with the team. The Senate hopefully can find additional funding for this. But I'd like to post it also because what DepEd is targeting now with the 11 billion is severely wasted children, which obviously have to be addressed. That's 3.45 billion for them. And then the wasted children are 8.25. So if we can come up with the additional 5 billion for the earlier interventions, then wala na tayong, then you know, it's the best step forward. But if we cannot, may I ask you to start thinking if there's a way that you can share the funding with ECCD. So, yun lang naman. I'll just post it there. We can talk in more details, no? So, I will give the floor finally to Senator Gatchalian. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam VP. Marami na hong natanong na mga questions, and I'll just going to ask some loose ends, and I'm going to direct my question to ECCD since Senator Pia mentioned early childhood care and development. So I just observed in the budget of ECCD that totoo po ba, Ma'am Inchong, there are only 3 plantilla positions?
Can you use the microphone, ma'am?
May I request, Mr.
Go ahead po.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Your Honors. Yes, Senator Gatchalian, we have only one permanent item and then one presidential appointee, and the rest is